First qualifiers on the track. Number 1, Miss Gracie Ridge, Amber Campbell. 2, Ma Barker with Dave Kelly. Hallie's Girl, the 3, Daryl McLean. First qualifier, Miss Gracie Ridge, Ma Barker, and Hallie's Girl. Here they come. Off and trotting, Miss Gracie Ridge, the first one out the rail. Hallie's Girl is second into the turn, and Ma Barker will get away third. Trio of trotters racing round the first turn, approaching the first eighth. Miss Gracie Ridge with Amber Campbell's out in front. Hallie's Girl tucked away second. Ma Barker will race third as they race along the backstretch for the first time. Approaching the first quarter mile, Miss Gracie Ridge, the fraction setter. Hallie's Girl in the 2-hole, right with the leaders third. Ma Barker on by the opening quarter, and it is Miss Gracie Ridge, and she was there in a very comfortable 32 and 3. Hallie's Girl will race from second, and Ma Barker in third, arriving at the 3/8, and it is Miss Gracie Ridge out in front. In the 2-hole, that's Hallie's Girl, followed by Ma Barker in third. Positions unchanged for the first half mile, and the midway point leader, Miss Gracie Ridge. Second is Hallie's Girl, Ma Barker continuing third. They arrived at that opening half mile in 1:04, And a 1 to the 5/8 they go, and extending the lead with 3/8 to go, Miss Gracie Ridge. Hallie's Girl, she's starting to close up now from second, and back into third. That is Ma Barker along the backstretch, and we have some movement as Hallie's Girl comes from the outside to take over the lead. Second is Miss Gracie Ridge. Ma Barker third, 3/4 completed with the new leader in the late going. That's the 3-year-old trotting filly Hallie's Girl. Another 3-year-old trotting filly, Miss Gracie Ridge, now second, and Ma Barker third. The 3/4 time in 1:35. They're headed down the home stretch. It's all Hallie's Girl now. Miss Gracie Ridge in second, and Ma Barker third. On the wire next. That's the way they'll finish up. It's Hallie's Girl for Darrell McLean. Then it's Miss Gracie Ridge and Ma Barker. Time for the mile in 2:03 and 3. Results of the first qualifier: Miss Gracie Ridge was second, Ma Barker third, Hallie's Girl the winner. 32 and 3, 104 and 1, 135, 203 and 3. In review, 231. Second qualifier on the track. Number 1 is Elm Grove Underdog with Corey McPherson. 2, Trouble is Here, Miles Heffernan Sr. Fabulously Fancy, the 3, Jason Hughes. Listen, Linda Lou, the 4, now with Mark Campbell. Second qualifier with Elm Grove Underdog. Trouble is Here, Fabulously Fancy. Listen, Linda Lou. They're on the fast track. There is a 1-second wind variance, 7 degrees Celsius. Here they come. Off stride on the rail was Elm Grove Underdog, and there they go. Off and pacing. The first one out is Trouble is Here. Into the turn, Fabulously Fancy will go second. Listen, Linda Lou from the outside. Off stride on the front end. Trouble is Here jumped it off. So they swing by the first 8. Now the leader, Fabulously Fancy. Listen, Linda Lou second. Elm Grove Underdog in third, followed by the trailer, Trouble is Here. They arrive at the first quarter mile next, and it's Fabulously Fancy. And Jason Hughes out in front. Listen, Linda Lou is second. Elm Grove Underdog. He got Fancy stepping once again and pulling up on the backstretch. Trouble is Here. First quarter mile, 32 seconds flat. Off the turn they come towards the half mile, and it's Fabulously Fancy, the leader. Listen, Linda Lou in second. Elm Grove Underdog third. And Trouble is Here pulled up. They're at the midway point here in the second qualifier, led by Fabulously Fancy. Listen, Linda Lou sticking right with the leader. Then in the backfield is Elm Grove Underdog, and he's had enough being pulled up. So the half mile in 102 and 4 over to the 5/8. Fabulously Fancy. Here's Listen Linda Lou driving up now to take over the lead. Racing towards the 3/4 next. And the new leader will be Listen Linda Lou and Campbell. Second is Fabulously Fancy, and we're down to just two now in the second qualifier in the 3/4, completed in 1:33 and 1. Listen Linda Lou by 3. Fabulously Fancy is second as they turn down the home stretch here in qualifier 2 on this fast track with the 1 second wind variant. Listen Linda Lou for Mark Campbell will win. Fabulously Fancy will finish second. Time for the mile in 2:02 and 1. Now the results from that second qualifier, Elm Grove Underdog and Trouble Is Here, both did not finish. Fabulously Fancy was second. Listen, Linda Lou the winner, 32, 102 and 4, 133 and 1, 202 and 1. From the top, it's did not finish, 2-1. Third qualifier has 1 Woodmere Honeymoon, Mark Campbell. 2 is Code 3. Two Code 3 with Paul Angel, and the 3 is Windermere Sadie with Kenny Murphy. Third and the final qualifier, Woodmere Honeymoon, Code 3, and Windermere Sadie. Here they come. There they go. Off end pacing, Windermere Sadie, the first one out. Towards the rail, Woodmere Honeymoon is second, and Code 3 will enter the turn from third as the trio moves over to the first 8. Windermere Sadie with Kenny Murphy on to the front. Woodmere Honeymoon is second, followed by Code 3 in third. Along the backstretch for the first time towards the opening quarter, Windermere Sadie is the fraction center with Kenny Murphy. Woodmere Honeymoon goes second, and Code 3 watches them from third as they move past the first quarter mile. Windermere Sadie on top there in 29-2. Woodmere Honeymoon on the turn second. Code 3 continues in third, passing on the 3/8 pole with no movement as they race towards half mile. They're chasing Windermere Sadie towards that opening half. Woodmere Honeymoon races from second and gapped out in third. That is Code 3. At the midway point, Windermere Sadie has a 2-length advantage on Woodmere Honeymoon. Code 3 in third, the opening half mile in 58-3. So Murphy sits up aboard Windermere Sadie, leading at 5/8. Woodmere Honeymoon giving chase second and dropping back in third. That is Code 3. On the backstretch for time 2 as the 3/4 is the next stop, and Windermere Sadie will get them there. Closing in a little from second is Woodmere Honeymoon, and dropping back in third, that is Code 3. The 3/4 up in 1:28-1 as they round the turn with 1/8 of a mile left to go here in the final qualifier. Windermere Sadie looking good to go all the way. Woodmere Honeymoon in second, and Code 3 third, and that's the way they'll finish on the line. Windermere Sadie all the way for Kenny Murphy. Woodmere Honeymoon second, Code 3 finishes third. Time for the mile in 1:56-4. Results of the third qualifier: Windermere Honeymoon was second, Code 3 third, Windermere Sadie the winner. 29 and 2, 58 and 3, 128 and 1 in the mile, 156 and 4 in review, 231. time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening and welcome to Red Shores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park for this Saturday evening program. That bright thing in the sky you see, that is the sun. It feels like forever since we've seen it, but we got sunshine on the menu tonight. We got a fast track. It looks good out there. And we have a Baker's Dozen on tap for you tonight. Our feature comes up in the 12th. Let's take a look at the selections here in race number 12. Hi, everyone. It's Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk. Peter McPhee going with a 3-4-2 in the post time picks. He likes blood money. Has his 6th race winning streak on the line. Has post 3 tonight for Barrio. TH Boomtown, another Ronnie Matheson trainee, is on the rail. Paul Langell sends out the 2 Malevolent from post 2. He had a good 5th place finish in his first start back, 53-3. My top play in that race is going to be the 4 entry, B2B and Jason Hughes. This one trained by Ashley Gamester. Real good second by a neck in his first start off the bench, and he was a little steppy midway down the stretch. I'll show that replay in just a little bit because it really killed his momentum in the stretch, and he still almost got up to be Twinbee tough enough there in 52-1. He had a 7-race winning streak going into that race, and so he saw it snapped. And I think he could snap blood monies here tonight from post 4. Not Buff Finesse rounds out the talented field of 5 for Mitch Downey. And so it's going to be a good one in the 12th. But before we get to the to this race, we got to get to the program and equipment changes. And as I send it up to Vance Cameron, Vance, they better have a lot of ink in their pen to get these changes down.
Absolutely, Kurt. A lot of ink or a very sharp pencil. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program. It's event number 10 of the meeting. Fast track conditions. There is a 1-second wind variant. It's 7 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge, Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Dylan Allain. Now, here tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race, number 1, Bet on Evil, make the driver Gilles Barrio. Gilles Barrio on 1, Bet on Evil. Number 6, Choose Me, make the driver Paul Langell. Paul Langell now driving number 6, Choose Me, in the first race. Next change, go to race number 3. In the third race, number 5, Saltwater Captain. The driver tonight, Jason Hughes. Jason Hughes drives number 5, Saltwater Captain in the third, who also has an equipment change. The captain is removing earplugs. Turning over to race 4. The number 5 entry, Weimar Jimbo, adding go straights. Turning over to race number 5, featuring our first super high 5. In the fifth race, number 2, Rock My Lou. The driver is Paul Langell. Paul Langell on 2, Rock My Lou. Number 6, Happen for a Reason. Now the driver, Mark Campbell. Mark Campbell driving number 6, Happen for a Reason, in the fifth race. Turning over to race number 6. The number 1 entry, Manterio. The driver tonight, Paul Langell. Paul Langell now driving number 1, Manterio, in tonight's 6th race. Next change, we'll go over to race number 8. In the 8th race, number 2, Fire and Blood, will go from a blind to an open bridle and adding cheek rolls. Fire and Blood, blind to open, adding cheek rolls. Turning over to race number 9. In the 9th race, number 2, Fast Louie. The driver tonight is Gil Barrio. Gil Barrio driving 2, Fast Louie in the 9th. Also in race number 9, the number 6 entry, Fill My Beer. Going from an open to a blind bridle, adding pull-out earplugs. Next change, we'll go to race number 11. In the 11th race, number 1, Woodmere Sinatra. The driver tonight is Gil Barrio. Gil Barrio driving 1, Woodmere Sinatra in the 11th. Number 2, Raising Sand, adding a tail tie. Turning over to race number 12, our featured preferred, number 1, T-Gage Boomtown. Make the driver Mark Campbell. Mark Campbell now driving number 1, T-Gage Boomtown in the 12th. Turning over to race number 13. Number 1, Captain of Rock and Roll. The driver will be Gil Barrio. Gil Barrio drives 1, Captain of Rock and Roll in the 13th. That will wrap up the changes on tonight's program at this time. The pari-mutuel wickets, they're open and selling. Race 1 post time set for 6 o'clock. You have 23 minutes to make your first race decisions.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abegued Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
Good evening and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. If you're just joining us, I'm at the desk. Vance Cameron's in the booth calling all of the action. We got a fast track tonight with a 1 second win variant, and believe it or not, we have the sun here on PEI. The sun is shining this evening, so it should be a great night of racing. 13 dashes on tap. Our feature comes up in the 12th, and I'm going with B2B in that one. I thought he raced great in his first start off the bench. He was second by a neck in 52-1. Last quarter, 26-3, and that was in against Twin B Tough Enough. He is post 4 here today. Last week he has post 5. He got a good 2-hole ride last week, so I thought we'd take a look at that replay here tonight. Keep an eye on him mid-stretch. You're going to see him get a little steppy in the lane, kind of kills his momentum, but he still ends up finishing second by a neck. And again, that last quarter of 26-3 was an incredible performance again for his first start back. So let's take a look at that replay now.
Led by Twin B Tough Enough. Stalking in the 2-hole is B2B. 1 wicket man is third. They were at the half in 56-4. Racing from fourth, that's Dusty Lane Levi in the gapped out trailer. Is Malevolent. They're 3/4 full bound. And the unchallenged leader, Twin B Tough Enough, arriving there with the lead. B2B, that 2-hole ride. Racing from third is 1 wicket man. Dusty Lane Levi fourth. Malevolent on the outside fifth. 125 and 2, the 3/4, and they're homeward bound in the preferred. Twin B Tough Enough trying to close it out. B2B on the outside is coming late. They're on the wire next. Twin B Tough Enough all the way with McPherson. B2B is second. 1 wicket man will finish third. And another excellent trip in the Friday and Saturday night feature in Charlottetown. They stopped the clock in 1:52. And oh, what?
It was a great stretch drive between a couple beauties, Twin B Tough Enough and B2B. As you can see there in the stretch, B2B got a little steppy down the lane, and so making his second start back here tonight. Jason was telling me that he had a new set of hobbles on the horse for last week, and maybe they stretched a bit, and so he got a little steppy in the stretch. So maybe we'll see how he goes here tonight, but I'm going to put him on top. I do like him from post 4. I think he could get a similar trip following Blood Money. I think Blood Money will scoot out to the lead, and if B2B sits on his back here tonight, I think he'll be a little bit tighter, and I think he could reach up and get the job done. His groom, Aiden Hughes, shout out to him. He had him ready to roll in his first start off the bench. So I like him in a second start back. I do like Blood Money in there as well, and Nothing But Finesse, I like that one to round out the triactor. So I like the 3 outside horses in that feature race. Completing the field on the rail is TH Boomtown, and Malevolent should be good tonight from post 2 as well. So that sets up to be an excellent feature. It kicks off the late double as well, and we kick things off in race 1 with our aisle pick 5. So I thought we'd take a look at that ticket, my ticket, and the post time picks. Peter McPhee tonight, he's in the middle there, and the classifiers choices on the far right. I like the 2 in the opening leg of the aisle pick 5. Going to go with Starship Sharky. I thought he raced really well in that first start back off the qualifier. 58-1, closing quarter 29 flat. And he raced pretty good last time out from post 7. Finished 4th on the move up there to the B stake in 58-1, 28-1 closing quarter. This one out of the Earl Watt stable. Adam Werner doing the driving. 2 post 7s in a row, moves inside to post 2. I think that will really help Starship Sharky in race number 1. Over in race 2, gonna go with the 2 Doc Darrell. This one racing at a post 2 here tonight, dropping a little bit in class. I've been racing at the 951 level, dropping down here today to the non-winners of 661 last 4. This one making an equipment change as well, going from steel to aluminum, and that should help him grab up front. So he's making that shoeing change up front, steel to aluminum on the 2 in race 2. I think Colin Shepard can get it done on the dropping class. Over in race 3, Going to go with the 4 in here, Cattle Call. This is a 3-year-old by Cattle Wash. A big first start back for him, winning. He romped on that day, 54 flat, 28-3. Final panel. Gilles Barrio doing the driver for trainer Ron Matheson. And he's got a great starting spot this week, right behind the gate. And so he should shoot out to the lead and get the job done there in race 3. We got another change in that race as well. Saltwater Captain Jason Hughes will do the driving on the 5 Saltwater Captain. Over in leg 4, I'm going to go with the 7 in there. I'm going to go with No Mo Fear and Adam Murner. This one racing at the 951s the last 2 starts. Head post 8 last time out. Finished 6th. Only beaten 3 lengths at the finish. 58-2. Closing quarter 29 flat. So he drops down here to the 301s, our bottom class. He does have an outside post to contend with tonight, but I do think he can overcome it to get the job done here on the class drop. And then I'm going to close it out with the 2 in here, Rock My Lou. Paul Langell takes over the driving duties tonight. This one out of the Jen Doyle stable. Good third last time out, 59-3, and then second first start back there in 59 and 4. A good starting spot for Rock My Lou in the 5th, so we'll take a shot at him in that 5th race. Another change in that race happened for a reason. The 6, Mark Campbell will drive. The 6 happened for a reason in that 5th race. So let's look at our I'll Pick 5 tickets. Low 15% takeout on that wager, and it carries a guaranteed pool of $2,000. So good luck if you're playing along. First race getting ready to come out of the paddock there. Taking a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam and our selections for the first race. I'm at 2-4-3. Post time picks, it's Peter McPhee with a 4-2-3. Classifier's choice 3-6-2 in the opener. We got 2 driver changes in race 1 in case you missed it. Bet on Evil, the 1. Gilles Barrio will drive. And post 6 today in that first race is Choose Me, and it will be driven by Paul Langell. So Barrio on the 1, Langell on the 6 in the opener.
It's time for the Red Post Parade in tonight's first race. Bet on Evil 1, owned by Mark McDonald, Bennett McKinnon, Josh McDonald, and William McDonald, trained by Mike McGuigan. And note the driver change to Gilles Barrio. Starship Sharky 2, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts, Adam Murner drives. Timel, Miami 3, owned by Ian Smith, Randall Cooper, and Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Mark Campbell. Louis the Lip, number 4, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Kenny Murphy. 5, I'll Walk the Line, owned by the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee driving. Choose Me, number 6, owned by Lauren Larkin of Mount Herbert, trained by Jennifer Doyle, and note the driver changed to Paul Langell. Dirt Track Eddie, number 7, owned by Five Guys, Horses, and Lies of Stratford, trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson up. Shanghai Whiskey, number 8, owned and trained by Wade Myers of Charlottetown, Jason Hughes in the sulky. 4 minutes to post time. This is the start of the Saturday night I'll Pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool. Kurt Hughes is coming up next from the HBI broadcast desk in the top of the park.
Okay, that's right, Vance. I'll Pick 5 kicks off here in the opener with a $2,000 guaranteed pool, low 15% takeout. I'm going with the 2 in here, Starship Sharky. And if you're just joining us, we got a 1-second wind variant on the track, but fast track conditions. Should be an excellent evening. I'm going with the 2 Starship Sharky, 3-year-old gelding by Somewhere Fancy, coming in off a solid 4th from off the pace in that B stake in Summerside, 58-1 closing quarter, 28-1. He had a nice romping win, 2 starts back in 58-1 closing quarter, 29 flat. It was kind of a brush and crush style victory. Got away in the 4-hole there from post 7 and then made that move in the middle portion of the mile, getting the job done easily there by 8 lengths. So an inside post to work from here tonight for Starship Sharky. I think he's sitting on a good one. I think he could probably get maybe a new speed badge here tonight. I could see him winning in about 57. That's how good he's been in his last 2 starts. Claude Poirier, the owner, Earl Watts training, and again, Murner in the seat. And you're getting good odds on him right now at 9-2. All right, Louis the Lip, 10-1 on the morning line, 12-1 on the board right now. I think he deserves a little more attention than that. Louis the Lip, a 3-year-old by Somewhere Fancy. Tom Weatherby trains. David Kennedy and Ian Smith share ownership. He had that nice 3rd place finish, first start off the qualifier there, 57-1 closing quarter, 29 flat. You take a look at his summary from last year, over 25 grand made from 10 starts. He had 2 wins. He had a nice mark there, 58-2, taken at Summerside, and coming off that second last trip there on May 16th where he raced really good, picking up the show dough. I have to think he could be a player in here. And that last start in an A stake in Summerside, they went in 57-1. He had the 3-hole on that day, ended up charted in 59-4. I'm sure something was up with him on that day, because that's just I expected more from him off that first start back. So we'll see if he can bounce back here with a nice effort. Louis the Lip currently getting value on him at 13-1. And there's the 3, Time Alt Miami. This one's a 3-year-old gelding by Cattle Wash out of the Kevin McLean stable. Ian Smith shares ownership with Randy Cooper and Reg McPherson. And this guy last year, he could really bust off the wings, but he had a really hard time finishing in his miles. And so the game plan, I would say, is, since he's come back off the qualifier, is take this guy back, learn how to pass some horses and finish up his miles a little better than he did last year. And it seems to be working because his first 3 trips he's been taken back, and his last effort was probably his best so far. He got away in the 4-hole on that day, and then Campbell made that move. He's ended up 4th, but he made a real big brush there in the 3rd quarter of that mile, and that 3rd quarter was pretty speedy. And so he had a good excuse to get tired on that day. 29-4, 55-4 was the race time. A real good effort, just up against a real good one in Cattle Call on that day. So Time All Miami definitely deserves some attention on the board, and he's getting it right now at 5-2. Okay, time's running out to get a ticket here on the opener. Some other good options in here out of the Jen Doyle stable. Choose Me. David Dowling off his drives tonight. So Langel's in the seat on Choose Me. Winner in a B stake at first asking 57-1. A real good effort right on the front. Closing quarter, 30 flat. And on the rail, Bet on Evil. Gilles Barrio will drive. Mike McGuigan off his drives as well. Coming in off a 7th in that B, 58 and change. But I remember this guy last year. He had a real good effort from the rail, and so he could be another good option at 8-1 if you're playing the triactor. We're getting close here in the opener. Another one, maybe for a value play or long shot play, the 8. Shanghai Whiskey coming in off a strong 3rd by a length, 57-2, 28-4 closer, and that was from post 8 in that B stake. Not much help at the draw. He's post 8 again today, but in an overnight here. Jason Hughes was in the seat last time out, in the seat again tonight. This is a good-looking son of Shanghai Phil. Again, could be a good option for a value play here at 9-1 as the starters for the opener, they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center's starting gate. Let's go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Bet on Evil, Starship Sharky, Time Old Miami. Louis the Lip, I'll walk the line. Choose Me, Dirt Track Eddie, Shanghai Whiskey, outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Starship Sharky leaving out. Bet on Evil at the rails. So they're outside. Time Old Miami. Way wide. Choose Me is out there 4th towards the rail. That's Louis the Lip. Then between the horses, Dirt Track Eddie. Away 7th, I'll walk the line. Followed by the trailer, Shanghai Whiskey. Up the backstretch for the first time to the quarter. And here's Time Old Miami. In line to Mark Campbell to take over the lead. Second is Starship Sharky. Bet on Evil away 3rd. Racing 4th. That's Louis the Lip. In 5th is Dirt Track Eddie. Now finding the rail in 6th is Choose Me. Underway on the outside 7th is Shanghai Whiskey. And trailing at the rail, I'll walk the line. 28-2 was the opening quarter. Down the stretch for the first time they arrive at the half mile next. Time Old Miami will get the opener halfway home. 2-hole ride to Starship Sharky. Bet on Evil races 3rd. In 4th, Louis the Lip. 5th is Dirt Track Eddie. Shanghai Whiskey takes over 6th. Choose Me at the rail 7th. On the outside 8th, I'll walk the line. 57 seconds flat for an opening half by the 5/8, led by Time Old Miami. Starship Sharky right on his back. Bet on Evil 3rd. 4th is Louis the Lip. At the inside, Dirt Track Eddie 5th. Shanghai Whiskey on the outside 6th. Leadership change at 3/4. Starship Sharky went to the lead. Opening 4. In the second is Bet on Evil. Time Old Miami backpedaling 3rd. 3/4 and 1. 27-3, and it's all Starship Sharky in tonight's opener. He's going to jog in here. Into second, that's Bet on Evil. Up for 3rd, Shanghai Whiskey. Starship Sharky in a romp for Adam Murner. Bet on Evil was second. Third is Shanghai Whiskey. 156 flat.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for the Saturday night opener. And I said in the pre-race, this guy's sitting on a big one here tonight. I thought he might get a new speed badge, and he did. I thought maybe 57, but when he hit that two-hole ride following behind Time Out Miami, who put up a half at 57, I said he's going to get one a little better than that. Murner pulled the trigger past 5/8, and he was gone. He romps here tonight. Nice effort, 156 as he picks up a new record here tonight, lowering his personal best by over 2 seconds. He romps by many. The one race well, Bet on Evil, hit the rail here tonight, race good, and from post 8, Shanghai Whiskey rallies up to grab that show dough. 2-1-8 unofficially here in race number 1. We'll see the two, Starship, Sharky, and Murner back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Here comes Starship Sharky to the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from tonight's first race. Bay Pacing Gelding 3 by Somewhere Fancy. Off the Archplay stem, First Lady. A homebred of Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watson out of Murner, guides him to victory and a new record tonight, 156. Starship Sharky in tonight's opener.
This race replay is presented by All Star Cresting, Atlantic Canada's most trusted screen printing, embroidery, and on-site events company. Since 2014, owners Joel and Jeremy Watts and their knowledgeable staff have been providing clients with top quality products and merchandise along with excellent customer service. Stop by one of their locations, bring them to your next community event, or contact them online at allstarcresting.ca. And always remember, at All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Here's the official results now in the first race. Bet on Evil was second. Starship Sharky, the race winner. Time of Miami was 8th. Louis the Lip, 4th. I'll Walk the Line was 7th. Choose Me finished 5th. Dirt Track Eddie was 6th. Shanghai Whiskey, 3rd. 28-2, 57. 127-3, and the mile in 156. From the top, your program reads 218. 47563. Starship Sharky paid $560. The exactor $28.90, triactor $102.70, and the superfecta was $50.03.
HPI, PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card on Saturdays in May at Red Shores, Charlottetown will be entered into a draw for a chance to win $500. Customers must opt in to qualify. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. Okay, race 2 starters making their way out onto the track here for this second race. I'm at 2.64. Post time picks looks at 2.65. Classifier's choice 2.36. And the 2 is making a equipment change, a shoeing change actually, going from steel to aluminum up front. And so mark that on your card and take note of the 2 making that all-important shoeing change here in this second race. Steel to aluminum up front on the 2.
St. Charles Fireball will lead the second race on parade. Ombadella J of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle, driven by Jason Hughes. Morgan Shepherd of Brackley is the owner and the trainer. Colin Shepherd driving 2, Doc Darrell. 3 is Roll Your Coin, owned by Tom Hollis of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Stephen Quinn, Miles Heffernan Sr. Power of 4, where's number 4 for owner, trainer, driver, Erwin Neal, Charlottetown. 5 is Winsong Quincy, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson, and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenault, Corey McPherson drives. Big Bad Bruiser 6 out of Murder driving for owner, trainer, Neil Bambrick, Charlottetown. Silver Hill Lightning 7, owned and trained by Stacy Dara from Stratford, Mark Campbell. 8 is George's Credit. Paul Angel drives for owner-trainer Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire. 4 minutes to post time. The Ladner family and Ladner Source for Sports are proud to present the Cecil Ladner Memorial on Saturday, June 13th, here at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
Yeah, looking forward to the Cecil Ladner Memorial coming up in a couple weeks. It's our first look at the Invitational Pacers, and we got some good ones here in the Maritimes. We're going to see a couple of them, a few of them actually later tonight in our feature. Also, I saw on Facebook there last week that Vaughn Doyle has a nice horse here going to throw his hat in the ring, Get Wings. If you watched Woodbine Mohawk Park, you're familiar with Get Wings. He was doing great things in Ontario for Paul McKenzie, and so he's made his way to the island, and he'll most likely compete in that Cecil Ladner Memorial coming up in a couple weeks. So it should be a fantastic lineup. Can't wait for all the invitational heavyweights to get here and get racing. So again, coming up in a couple weeks, the Cecil Ladner Memorial. Okay, there's the 2. Doc Darrell, top play here in the second race. Making a little bit of a drop in class. Good starting spot for Doc Darrell and Colin Shepherd. And Morgan Shepherd, the trainer, making a shoe-in change. Going from, I would say, the easiest way to explain this is going from sneakers to cleats. Steel to aluminum on Doc Darrell. Just going to give him a little bit more grab, a little bit more grip. He can grab the track a little better, and so we'll see if that helps Doc Darrell here in this second race. He had post 8 there in his first 2 starts back. He ended up 4th in his first start back, and then 6th last time out by 3.5 in 57 flat. 29 and 1 closing quarters. So the post relief definitely going to help, but the class relief, it'll help some as well. And the shoeing change should help. And we're getting a good look at him scoring out here. Colin Shepard and the 2, Doc Darrell, currently 4-5. Okay, the 6, Big Bad Bruiser, owned by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown. Neil's the trainer, Adam Murner in the seat. Adam's been in the seat the last 2 weeks, and good things have happened. Second 2 back in 58-4, and then last time out from post 6, he rallied to win by 3/4 of a length in 58-1, 29-1 final panel, and that is at our bottom level those last 2 starts. So he's making a little jump in class. Same post though, so we'll see how he does. I would say it's similar field to last week. All these horses have been racing in around the 301 to this class here, so it's a good mixture and a group I think he can handle and should hit the ticket in here if he gets the right trip. So 8-5 currently on the 6, Big Bad Bruiser. All right, and there's a look at the 4, Power of 4. This one hit the board in 9 of 31 last year, and he had that mark of 58. And so he's making his 3rd start back, 3rd try at this level as well. 59-2 his first start back, 59 last time out. Should be a little tighter here tonight. So Erwin Neal is the driver, trainer, and owner on this one. So they got a good starting spot here today, and they have good on-the-board percentages, especially around this level. And so we'll throw them in there as a long shot play to round out my tractor. 21 currently on the 4, Power of 4. Okay, we're getting close here in race 2. Some other good options in the Triactor and Superfecta if you're playing along. St. Charles Fireball making his first start back off that qualifier 204 and 4. Hughes in the seat. They got a good starting spot, and Hughes gets along with this guy, so maybe they could be ready to roll at first. Asking Roll Your Coin and Heffernan at a post 3. They got a good starting spot. They're coming in off 3/4 in a row and good miles too. 59 last time out, 58-4. 2 starts back right at this level, and so that's another good option for the Tractor and Superfecta. Winsong Quincy, another solid play here for the exotics. Corey McPherson going to do the driving here tonight. A winner 3 back, and then 5th the last 2 starts at this level. Pretty nice race time, 58-4, 59-4 last time out. So a lot of ways to fill out your Superfecta and Triactor wagers. Good luck if you're playing along here in race 2. The starters are on the gate. Metro Home Building Center starting gates in motion. Upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
St. Charles Fireball, Doc Darrell, Roll Your Coin. Power of 4, Winsong Quincy. Big Bad Bruiser, Silver Hill Lightning, and George's Credit are at the top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing. Doc Darrell got the first call. Way out there. George's Credit's coming from the grandstand side. Roll Your Coin around the turn a second between them. That's Power of 4 fourth. Up the rail, St. Charles Fireball in 5th. Winsong Quincy 6th with Big Bad Bruiser 7th. Silver Hill Lightning is 8th along the backstretch, and here comes George's Credit to be the long shot leader for Langell as they arrive at the quarter. Doc Darrell and Shepard says given go time on the front end, and Doc Darrell back on the lead off a 28 and 4 opener. George's Credit is second, Power of 4, going to be out all the way third. Fourth at the rail, that's Roll Your Coin. Racing fifth, St. Charles Fireball. Big Bad Bruiser moves up sixth. Then the wins on Quincy seventh, followed by the trailer. Silver Hill Lightning, the backfield in motion at the midway point, led by Doc Darrell. George's Credit now second. On the outside, Power of 4 third. Opening half miles up in 59 and 2. Midway on that paddock turn for the second time, arriving next at 5/8. Doc Darrell leading. George's Credit 3 wide. Big Bad Bruises coming late now third. Fourth at the rail, Roll Your Coin. Power of 4 between horses. Then 3 wide, Winsong Quincy with St. Charles Fireball and Silver Hill Lightning. They're at 3/4. Doc Darrell still there. Right there in second, that's George's Credit. On the outside, Big Bad Bruiser now stalling third. 3/4 in 1:30 and 2, and they're homeward bound, led by Doc Darrell. George's Credit looking for the upset. Big Bad Bruiser at the rail. Deep stretch now. Doc Darrell on the line for Colin Shepard. Tight for the deuce. Big Bad Bruiser was driving up the inside against George's Credit. 1:59.4.
Little class relief, lots of post relief, and that was a winning combination here for Colin Shepard and Doc Darrell here in race 2. They got to the front from post 2, 28 and 4. Nice drive by Langell aboard the 8, George's Credit. I thought he might have a shot at a piece of this if he was able to get a good trip, and he got a dreamy 2-hole ride. I didn't think he'd get into the 2-hole, but I thought he may get a float off the gate and sit mid-pack. George's Credit, great drive by Langell here to be part of this triactor. Scooting up the inside, though, late in the mile is the 6 Big Bad Bruiser and Murner to complete the exactor in here. So we got a 2:6:8 unofficially here in race 2. Doc Darrell gets the job done. 59 and 4 is the mile. And we'll see him back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Doc Darrell about to enter the Crown West Protection winner's circle from the second. Bay Pacing Stallion 9 by Sunshine Beach off the Better's Delight Dam. Sir LLB Z-Tam, owned and trained by Morgan Shepherd of Brackley, bred by Hudson Standardbreds of Quebec. Colin Shepard will guide him to victory at 1:59 and 4. Doc Darrell in the second.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email sd.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results from the second race. St. Charles Fireball, 5th. Doc Darrell, the winner. Roll Your Coin, 4th. Power of 4 was 8th. Windsong Quincy, 7th. Big Bad Bruiser was 2nd. Silver Hill Lightning finished 6th. George's Credit, 3rd. 28 and 4, 59 and 2, 130 and 2, the mile 159 and 4. In review, 514, 872, 63. Doc Darrell paid 440. The exactor 660. The triactor was 74.90. Superfect at 34.37. The early daily double 950.
The Birthplace of Confederation, sponsored by the City of Charlottetown, returns to Red Shores for the 2026 racing season. This year, the event is named in memory of Wilma McClure and will take place during Gold Cup Week. The events are scheduled for August 15th and August 22nd right here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Okay, race 3 starters coming on the track. Post parade is next. Just want to tell you the changes coming up here in race 3. Saltwater Captain, the 5, Jason Hughes will drive. David Dowling was listed, but Jason Hughes will drive, and that one removing earplugs as well. So removing earplugs on the 5, adding Jason Hughes.
Ocean View Lou on the third race post parade is owned by Ian Smith of Stratford and Tom Weatherby of Charlottetown. Tom does the training. Brody McPhee drives. Perfection hand number 2 won by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart for trainer-driver Adam Murner. Tobin's April Fool number 3, owned and trained by Jeff Wallace of Elmsdale. Brady Sweet drives. 4, Cattle Call, owned by Friends and Family Stable of 9 Mile Creek, trained by Ron Matheson, Joe Barrio. Saltwater Captain 5, the owners are Joanne McRae, David Myers, Gwyneth McGuirk, and Rick Adams, trained by David Myers, and note the driver change to Jason Hughes. Shadows in the Night number 6, owned by Peter and Don Smith and Gerald Morrissey, trained by Kenny Arsenal, Corey McPherson driving. Woodmere Styles number 7, owned by Red Oak Stables of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Kenny Murphy up. 8 is Fly, Bulldog Fly, owned by Wayne McGee of Sydney Mines and Paul McLean of South Bar, Nova Scotia, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Mark Campbell's in the Sulky at 4 minutes to post time. Mark your calendars for the Atlantic Regional Driving Championship on Tuesday, June 23rd at Redshores, Summerside. First race post time, 6 p.m.
All right, race 3 starters on track. 5-year-olds, younger winners of 1, not more than 2 races life. Cattle Call, my top play in here. 3-year-old by Cattle Wash out of the Ron Matheson stable. Gilles Barrio will drive for the owner of Friends and Family stable of 9 Mile Creek, coming in off a wicked mile in 54. First start off the bench. He had post 2 on that day. Half 56 and 3, 125 and 2. And he stopped the clock at 154 flat, 28 and 3. Final panel. He was a nice freshman colt as well. He had 4 for 6 in the top 3 with 2 wins, a little over 10 grand made, and a mark of 56 and 1 last year. So I was expecting big things from him this year in his sophomore season, but I did not see him swinging out of the gate in his first start, winning in 54. It was a heck of a mile. So we'll see if he can back that up with another big mile here. He's got a great starting spot again tonight. Post 4 for Cattle Call at 1-4. Okay, I think Cattle Call will be calling the shots in here, just like he did last week on the front end, but trying to pick out who's going to sit in that 2-hole and who's going to want the 2-hole. Maybe you don't want the 2-hole. Maybe you want to be sitting third in here, because the 2-hole, there could be a gap between you and the leader, Cattle Call. Ocean View Lou, though, has the rail, and so this could be a option for that 2-hole ride. Brody McPhee doing the driving for trainer Tom Weatherby, coming in off back-to-back fourths. Last time out, 27 and 4 closer, and 56 and 2 was his mile there in that Atlantic Sire Stake A division in Summerside. Had a real nice effort there in his first start back. He had post 3, got away 4th. And finished 4th in 59 and 1. So he, if you look at his lines from last year, back in October, his last start, he had the rail and was able to sit that 2-hole ride in that Maritime Breeders' final and ended up second in 58 and 3. So I think he could be 2-hole riding here again tonight, but maybe Brody may not want to sit in that 2-hole. As I mentioned, I'm sure Cattle Call will be putting up another big effort here tonight, and maybe you want to sit on another one's helmet and follow along, because he does have that great closing speed. So we'll see what Brody decides to do. But if you're playing the exactor, triactor, and superfecta, the one Ocean View Lou could be a great option on the rail. 6-1. Okay, there's the 2, Perfection Hanover, another good option that could possibly sit in that 2-hole. He had the 2-hole last time out from the rail, ended up 3rd by 9. He was in against Cattle Call on that day, and He ended up pacing his mile 55-4, but a closer of 29-4. Like to see a little better closer from this 3-year-old by Tall Dark Stranger. So we'll see what Murner decides to do. This one out of his own stable, and Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart is the owner, but he has a lot of options there at a post 2. So you're getting 11-1. Pretty good odds on this guy. Perfection Hanover and Murner. Okay, there's the call to post. We're getting close here in race 3. Good looking son of Bulldog Hanover on the outside of the gate. Mark Campbell driving for trainer Tom Weatherby was a winner in the maiden last time out. 58-4, 28-4. Closing quarter for Fly, Bulldog Fly and Campbell. Again, on the outside of the gate for this one at 12-1. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion for race 3. This should be a dandy cattle call. Can he repeat like he did last week with Barrio in the seat from post 4 tonight? Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Ocean View Lou, Perfection Hanover, Tobin's April Fool, Cattle Call. Saltwater Captain, Shadows in the Night, Woodmere Styles, Fly, Bulldog Fly. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. The rough and pacing Cattle Call and Ocean View Lou are the first 2 out. Third one to the turn, Perfection Hanover. Coming up 4th from the outside, Shadows in the Night. Tobin's April Fool's away 5th. Then in 6th is Saltwater Captain. 7th is Woodmere Styles and Fly, Bulldog Fly, the early trailer. Cattle Call and Barrio right on the engine going to the opening quarter as the 1-9 chalk. Leading by 2. Second, that is Ocean View Lou. Perfection Hanover in 3rd. Shadows in the Night is 4th. That's Tobin's April Fool 5th, with Saltwater Captain 6th, followed by Woodmere Styles and Fly, Bulldog Fly. 28-1, a solid opener put on the board by Cattle Call, and he's headed towards the half mile with the lead. Second is Ocean View Lou, racing from 3rd, Perfection Hanover, Shadows in the Night 4th, Tobin's April Fool 5th. Then in 6th is Saltwater Captain. 7th is Woodmere Styles, Fly, Bulldog Fly, the trailer. 56-2, another 28-1/4, and Barrio sitting up big time aboard Cattle Call, the leader by 2. Ocean View Lou 2nd, Perfection Hanover 3rd. 4th is Shadows in the Night, Tobin's April Fool moving 5th. Saltwater Captain is 6th with Woodmere Styles 7th. Fly, Bulldog Fly, the trailer. 3/4 in 1, 25-2 as they round the top turn for the second and final time. Down to an 8 to go. Cattle Call turning for home. Ocean View Lou 2nd. Tobin's April Fool picks up 3rd. Shadows in the Night 4th. But it's Cattle Call in line to Gil Barrio all the way. Ocean View Lou held 2nd. Tobin's April Fool will finish 3rd. Time for the mile in 1:55 and 1.
Okay, another impressive mile by the 4 Cattle Call as he goes back to back. This time 55 and 1. Barry will put him right on the front end, 28 and 1. Ocean View Lou did decide to take that 2-hole ride for Brody McPhee, and they were kind of in no man's land, as I mentioned prior to the race. I figured they'd be gapping in that 2-hole, so he's basically cutting his own mile. I thought he raced terrific in that 2-hole ride here today, because that is not an easy task following a horse like Cattle Call through those fractions. 56 and 2, 125 and 2, kicks home in 29 and 4 for the victory. 155 and 1 for Barrio and Cattle Call in race 3. Ocean View Lou second, and rounding out the top 3 was a good effort from the 3 Tobin's April Fool and Brady Sweet. So 4-1-3 unofficially in race 3, and we'll see Cattle Call and Barrio in the Crown Rust Protection Winner Circle in just a moment.
Cattle Call on his way into the third race winner's circle, by pacing outing 3 by Cattle Wash from the Arch Conquest and Bolero Italia, owned by Friends and Family Stable of 9 Mile Creek, bred by Yves Sarrazin of Quebec, trained by Ronnie Matheson, driven to victory by Joe Barrio. The mile 155 and 1, Cattle Call in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our sales and events division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Here's the official results from the third race. Ocean View Lou was second. Perfection Hanover fourth. Tobin's April Fool third. Cattle Call the race winner. Saltwater Captain was sixth. Shadows in the Night finished fifth. Woodmere Styles was seventh. Fly Bulldog Fly finished eighth. 28 and 1. 56 and 2. 125 and 2. And the mile in 155 and 1. From the top, your program reads 243 165 78. Cattle Call paid $210. The exactor $340. Triactor $17. Superfecta $426.
Red Shores is pleased to offer HPI rewards for PEI customers. Players can now wager on Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. You can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers and sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for PEI. Race 4 coming up next, 7 away. Atlantic Post Gulls Paddock Cam. There's a look at our selection. 7-8-3 for me. Post time picks. That's Peter McPhee in the middle there at 5-3-7. Classifier's Choice 3-5-2. In the upcoming 4th race, adding Go Straights on the 5 Reimar Jimbo. The lone equipment change here in race 4 is on number 5 Reimar Jimbo, adding Go Straights. So Go Straights will help if a horse is interfering up front, and they wrap around the front legs just to widen them out a little bit, give them a little bit of clearance as they're pacing. So Reimar Jimbo, again, adding Go Straights here in the 4th.
Fourth race on the Reds Post Parade, Cowboy Logic 1. Owners are Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, Eva McPherson, and George Burke. Harold Shepard trains and drives. Friar Voltaire number 2, owned by Eric and Luke Much, Douglas Molyneux, and Basil Hunter. Basil does the training, driven by Brady Sweet. Proud of you today, number 3. The owners are Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford, and Ben Matheson, trained by Keith Ford. Tonight, Dave Kelly driving. Moonlight number 4, Kenny Arsenault, training and driving for the ICU stable of Charlottetown. 5 is Reimar Jimbo, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico. Eric does the conditioning, driven by Kenny Murphy. Buddies and Virgins number 6, owned by Ryan and Daryl Neal of Winslow. Daryl trains and drives. No Mo Fear number 7, owned by Paul Doyle and Darla J. of Charlottetown. Paul does the training, driven by Adam Murder. 8 is West Coast Kid, owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, and Colton Profit, trained by Philip Kelly and Corey McPherson drives. 5 minutes wagering time on the 4th. Red Shores Super High 5 with the low 15% takeout comes up in race number 5 and 13 tonight.
Super High 5 coming up in our next race. As Vance mentioned, race 5 and 13 tonight, so you got lots of time to look over the 5th, even more time to look over that 13th to review your selections and get in on the Super High 5 here tonight at Red Shores. There's my top play, No Mo Fear. Going to take a shot at this guy on the class drop. He's racing at the 951. His last 2 starts, drops down here to the bottom. Now winners at 301, last 4. No Mo Fear and Murner out of the Paul Doyle stable. If you look last time out, had post 8 by 15 at the quarter, rallied to finish only back 3 lengths at the finish. Closer in 29 flat for a mile of 58.2, and he had a good closer there in his first start back of 27 and 4. So some much needed class relief, but 0 post relief. So he'll have to do it from the outside again tonight. Long odds right now on my top play. I'm going to take a shot at him at 24-1. I'm looking to light up the board here in race 4. West Coast Kid, long odds currently. And this one coming in off a 7th place finish in 58-3 for Brett Clough. Only beaten 4.5 at the wire. That was from post 4. Got away sitting 5th on that day. Time of the mile was 1:57.4. And again, he was just back 4.5 at the finish. And that was at the 9:51 level. He was at the 9:51s in his last 2 starts. He's getting some class relief as well, but another one not getting much help at the draw. Going to have to do it from the outside. I'm just going off his lines from last year there, where he had 2 wins from 24 starts, and he had a mark of 57-2. You can see right there on that bottom line at the 7:01 level back in October. And so we'll see if his 3rd start back, he's a little tighter, a little more conditioned, and hopefully he's ready to play a part in this triactor. And I do have the chalk horse in my ticket right now. I'm looking to light it up in the exactor. 7-8 in the exactor for the tractor. I'm going to throw the chalk choice in here. Proud of you today. Dave Kelly in the seat for trainer Bim Ford. This one coming in off a strong second there in 58-2. Has good gate speed. Pretty good gate speed. Not tremendous, but can be forwardly placed and does not mind the overland route. So first up, second up, doesn't really seem to matter with this guy. He can dig no matter where he gets away, and so he keeps on digging right to the finish. He was a 5-time winner last year, 1-time winner so far this year, and so Dave Kelly with the live mount here on the drop-in class for Proud of You today at 3-5. There's a look at the 5. Reimer Jimbo making that equipment adjustment, adding the go straight. You'll see them on the front of his body there. They come down around his neck and under his front legs and then tie back up. They're the kind, I think, they might tie up to the shaft, but it's pretty dark there on the screen. Hard to see them there, but he does have them on and just widens them out up front. If he's interfering, hitting his knees or his shins, the go straights can help in that they kind of move their legs out wider and kind of keep them from interfering. And so we'll see if that equipment change helps, because he was a really nice horse last year. 5-time winner from 27 starts, a mark of 56 last year, and he loves the front end. So if Kenny Murphy can come out swinging here and get this guy to the front, it could be lights out for the competition. So Reimer Jimbo, another good value play in here at 6-1. Don't overlook the horse on the rail either. Cowboy Logic coming in off the qualifier in 2:01, marked 55 and change last year. Harold Shepard training and driving from the pole position here tonight. Will he be ready? First start off the bench. We'll see in a moment. 6-1 currently on him as the horses. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron for the call.
Cowboy Logic, Friar Voltaire, proud of you today. Moonlight, Weimar Jimbo. Buddies and Virgins, no more fear. West Coast Kid, top of the stretch. Approaching the start. Up and facing Cowboy Logic, Friar Voltaire to their outside. No More Fear is firing out tonight Fourth into the turn, proud of you today, racing from fifth on the cones. That's Moonlight from the outside, Rhymer Jimbo 6. Then in seventh, Buddies and Virgins, West Coast Kid on the outside trails. Up the backstretch, they're going to the quarter. And we got a Saturday night brouhaha going on here in the fourth. Cowboy Logic taking on Friar Voltaire. On the outside, third, No Mo Fear right there at the rail, fourth. That's proud of you today. 29 seconds flat the quarter. Moonlight's in fifth. Rhymer Jimbo sixth. Seventh. That is Buddies and Virgins and the trailer. West Coast Kid down the stretch they come. Cowboy Logic and Harold Shepard, the leaders, getting into a whole heap of trouble tonight. Friar Voltaire parked out. Proud of you today at the rail, third. Second over in the outside, fourth. No Mo Fear. Closing up fifth is Moonlight. Rhymer Jimbo sixth to the outside, seventh. That's Buddies and Virgins. And a West Coast Kid, the trailer, 58 and 2, the halfway home time, and they're going to three quarters. Harold sits up aboard Cowboy Logic. Proud of you today at the rail, second. No Mo Fear springs out three wide and going on to take over the lead now on the outside. No Mo Fear is taken over late for Murner. Cowboy Logic could not hold him off. Proud of you today at the rail, third. Buddies and Virgins on the outside, fourth. Three quarters in one. 29 and 1, and this one's over. No Mo Fear, all alone in the home stretch. Cowboy Logic second. Proud of you today, third, but it's No Mo Fear. Adam Murder doubles up. Proud of you today, up for the deuce, finishing third, Cowboy Logic. And the time for the mile in 1:57.4.
He was sitting around 7-1 for the longest time, and the 3 was taking a lot of action prior to the race, but he goes off as the favorite, No Mo Fear, and for good reason. As he left out of post 7, I think Murner was going to make his way to the front, but Friar Voltaire had the same plan in his mind, and so did the one Cowboy Logic and Harold Shepard. So the 1 and 2 went at it early. The 7, Murner was looking for a hole, but I was quite confident with him just sitting there second over and just waiting for the backstretch and make his move, and that's exactly what he did off that half of 58 and 2, three quarters of 129 and 1. They got a little tired in the third quarter, and that's when No Mo Fear stepped on the gas pedal, and what a nice win here. 157 and 4, parked the route, and he gets it done by open lengths at 6-5. Proud of you today. And Dave Kelly second at 4-1, and Cowboy Logic does round out the top 3. Good start for him in his first start off the bench. 7-3-1 unofficially here in race 4, and we'll see No Mo Fear back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle in just a moment.
Here comes No Mo Fear to the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from the fourth race. Facing Brown Gelding, he's 4 by Fear the Dragon. Off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Maureen Rocks. Owned by Paul Doyle and Darla J. of Charlottetown. Bred by Emerald Highland Farms of Ohio. Trained by Paul Doyle. Adam Murner's second to victory tonight for the double. The miles in 1:57.4. No Mo Fear doubles up Murder in the fourth.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2026 Standing Stallions, Champion Sire Malicious, and the Rising Star Stallion Somewhere Fancy. Somewhere Fancy has made a powerful impact with his first crop on the track. As the sire of the Atlantic Champion 2-year-old filly Windermere Sky, he has already proven himself as a standout. This exceptional filly captured multiple track records, earned over $100,000 in stake earnings, and is a 2-year-old Philly O'Brien Award nominee. An incredible accomplishment for an up-and-coming sire in the Maritimes. From proven champions to the next generation of stars, Windermere Farms continues to set the standard. Breed to excellence in 2026 with Windermere Farms.
Now the official results from the fourth race. Cowboy Logic third. Friar Voltaire was seventh. Proud of You Today finished second. Moonlight was eighth. Weimar Jimbo finished fourth. Buddies and Virgins was fifth. No Mo Fear, the race winner. West Coast Kid finished sixth. Fractions of 29, 58 and 2, 129 and 1, and the Mild in 157 and 4. In review, it's 372, 845, 16. No Mo Fear paid 470. The Exactor 2520, Triactor 164.50, and the Superfactor was 63.44. Race 5 featuring the Super High 5 on post parade. Captain Vespa G, number 1, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville. Trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. drives. Rock My Lou, number 2. The owners are Max Webster's stable and Ryan McLaughlin. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, and note the driver changed to Paul Langell. 3 is Elm Grove Untamed, owned by Marc-Andre Cyr from Fatima, Quebec. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, Brady Sweetup. Legal Jargon, number 4, owned and trained by Darrell Neal of Winslow. Stephen Murphy driving. Yeah Boy John wears number 5, owned by Kendra Holroyd and Suzanne Ramsey. Trained by Mark Bradley, Corey McPherson. Happened for a Reason, number 6, owned by Mike McGuigan of York and Ivan McPhee from Claresholm, Alberta. Mike does the training, and note the driver changed to Mark Campbell. Zendaya's Cracker Jack, number 7, owned by Hal Smith of Fondle and Ian Smith of Stratford. Trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee drives. Number 8 is Crowd Control, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall. Trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Kenny Murphy. Number 9, My Dreams Catchers, owned by Stefan Boudreau from Pleasant Valley. Trained by Ron Massis and Gilles Barrio. 4 minutes to post time. And Kurt, you and I come up with our selections here in the first Super High 5 of this Saturday night. And once again, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising for their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. Kurt, I jumped up on the Mark Campbell catch drive here with number 6. Happened for a Reason. Had a solid start in the B Stake at Summerside. 2-hole ride to finish second, pacing in 58-4, but did close it out in 28-2. I like 3, Elm Grove Untamed, also coming off much of the same trip, paced in 58-1 with a closing panel of 28-2. I use him for second. For third, I went to the 7, Zendaya's Cracker Jack. Then I went to the 2, Rock My Lou, and I closed it out from the grandstand side with the 8, Crowd Control. 6-3-7-2-8 from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, I got the same 5, Vance. A little shuffled up, though. I went with the 2, Rock My Lou. Dowling had chosen this one over the other Jen Doyle trainee. He'd been driving the 3, Elm Grove Untamed. I did like that one to win, but then when Dowling was listed on Rock My Lou, I decided to select him, but he's off his mounts tonight. Langell picks up that live drive, so I'm going to stick with him. Rock My Lou on top off that trip in 59-3 last time out. He had the trailing spot post 9, and so he ended up third on that day. A good deuce to start prior to that. So Rock My Lou, going to throw him on top. I like the 3 right next door, Elm Grove Untamed, so I like the Doyle trainees here in this 5th race. I'm going to throw in the 6, 7, 8 for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I think Happen for a Reason can be a major player in this race. Mark Campbell driving here for trainer Mike McGuigan, and then Zendaya's Cracker Jack coming in off that solid second in the maiden last time at 59-3. They got a tough post tonight though, and then I like the first-time starter Crowd Control. First start Lasix coming in off a good second. I watched that qualifier. It was in against my filly, and he closed really well for Kenny on that day. 28-3, mile of 2:02 and 2. So Crowd Control rounds out my Super High 5. 2-3-6-7-8 for me, Vance Cameron. 6-3-7-2-8. Good luck with your Super High 5s here in the 5th. Okay, just a minute to go here before race 5. Again, Super High 5 time here in Charlottetown. Exactor, Tractor, Win Play Show as well. And if you're looking down the odds board and see pretty wide open event here in the 5th, well, for good reason. If you take a look at the chart lines on these horses, really there are a lot of different ways you could go here. 6-5 currently on the 2, my top play. Rock My Lou, Paul Langell will drive, coming in off back-to-back on the board finishes, 59 and change both times behind the gate. Good starting spot here tonight for the 2, Rock My Lou. Captain Vespa G. If you're playing the super high 5, maybe an option for 4th or 5th in here. Don't think he can crack the top 3 at long odds there, 20-1 on the rail, but he could be part of this super high 5. Elm Grove Untamed, 5-2 right now on the board for Brady Sweet, coming in off a strong 3rd there in 58-1. Closing quarter, 28-2, and that was in the Atlantic Sire Stake B Stake. Legal Jargon, Steve Murphy, long odds, coming in off the qualifier, 203-3. I'll wait to see how this one does here in his first start. 3-year-old colt by Lazarus making his first start of the season. Yeah, boy, John took the hobbles off, went free-legged last time out from the rail, had the lead early, ended up getting a little tired, finishing 5th, but a good race mile in 2 minutes for Corey McPherson. They're at long odds at 16-1, 7-2 on Happen for a Reason. And Campbell, he takes over the driving duties for trainer Mike McWigan, coming in off 2 on the board, finishes 58-4 last time out. So that was a real good effort for the 6 Happen for a Reason. And Zendaya's Cracker Jack, again, a good first start back there at the maidens, 59-3. You're getting pretty good odds due to the post. Post 7 will hurt. This guy's win chances currently 7-1, and you're getting long odds 8 from the 8 at 7-1 as well. Crowd Control coming in off that strong qualifier in 202-2, 28-3 final panel. Tough spot for the 9 though. Long odds on the 9. My Dreams Catcher coming in off a distant 7th last time out. So we'll wait and see how this one does here tonight from the trailing spot. We're getting close here in the 5th. Full field of 9. We got 8 on the gate and 1 a little late, as they say, lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, it's post time for the 5th. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Captain Vespa G, Rock My Lou, Elm Grove Untamed, Legal Jargon, Yeah Boy John, Happen for a Reason, Zendaya's Cracker Jack, Crowd Control, they're up front, in back the trailer. My Dreams Catcher. It's the Super High 5 race number 5. Post time. Off and pacing to a staggered start in here, and up the rail, the first one out, Captain Vespa G. Then in second is Elm Grove Untamed. Coming up from the outside, Yeah Boy John for 3rd. 4th up the rail is Rock My Lou. Happen for a Reason on the outside 5th. Back into 6th, My Dreams Catcher. Legal Jargon is 7th. Then in 8th, Zendaya's Cracker Jack. And Crowd Control is 9th. Along the backstretch, another 2 it and at it. At it and to it here in the front end. Captain Vespa G and Miles Sr. taking on Elm Grove Untamed, squeezing into the 2-hole now. Racing from 3rd is Yeah Boy John, Happened for a Reason 4th. There goes Rock My Lou, sent to the outside 5th. My Dreams Catcher is 6th, moving up 7th. Zendaya's Cracker Jack. Legal Jargon is 8th, and on the outside 9th, that is Crowd Control. They're halfway home here in the 5th. Elm Grove Untamed now is on the lead. Captain Vespa G went to the outside again to take him on. 3rd up the rail is Yeah Boy John. Racing 4th, Rock My Lou towards the rail, Happen for a Reason. 28-4 the quarter, 59-2 the half mile. Up the backstretch they go to 3/4, led by Elm Grove Untamed. Yeah Boy John is 2nd. Captain Vespa D on the outside 3rd. Racing room needed for 4th place. That is Happen for a Reason. Rock My Lou on the outside 5th. Zendaya's Cracker Jack 6th. Then in 7th, Crowd Control 8th. Down on the inside by the 3/4. 130 flat. And they're homeward bound. Elm Grove Untamed the leader. Yeah, boy, John is second. Happened for a reason. On the outside is coming late from third. Deep stretch now. Elm Grove Untamed in line to Brady Sweet. Yeah, boy, John was second. Might have been happened for a reason third. Time for the mile in 1:59.4. Ladies and gentlemen, race number 5 now under a judge's inquiry. It involves the conduct of the race approaching 3/4. Retain your tickets. Judge's inquiry.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universum Media slow-mo here for race 5. The one Captain Vespa G and Heffernan wanted to lead early. They got to the front 28-4, and as they were coming to 3/8, I don't know if the young 3-year-old by Captain Crunch, there's a puddle there at the top of the stretch, and maybe he saw that and shied away from it. He also had broken equipment on the outside, on his right side, so I could see some broken equipment flapping. Maybe that played a role in him drifting out there at 3/8. But the 3 who won at the front ended up inheriting the lead. Brady Sweet down to the half, 59-2, 3/4, 130, and they're going to win it here in 1:59.4. In an eventful early first half in here, and Brady Sweet gets it done with Elm Grove Untamed in the 5th. The 5 is second, Yeah Boy John. The 6, 7, 8 is third, 4th, and 5th. So we got a 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 in our super high 5. But hold on to all tickets as we are under an inquiry here in race 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the racing officials now have a second inquiry underway. It involves the conduct of the race at the opening 8th. Number 3, Elm Grove Untamed. You must remain out of the winner's circle till it's official.
Okay, there's a look at the ongoing judges' inquiry. One of them here in this fifth race, as you can see them taking a look at racing action coming to 3/8.
Number 3, Elm Grove Untamed. You can make your way to the winner's circle. Now in the winner's circle in race 5, 3, Elm Grove Untamed. Bay Pacing Gelding 3 by Blood Money off the Rock and Roll Hatterdam Rockland, owned by Marc-Andre Scheer. Fatima, Quebec, bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale, trained by Jennifer Dole. Brady Sweet drives into victory and to a maiden record of 159-4. Elm Grove Untamed in the Super High 5. Now the results of the judge's inquiry. The first inquiry involving the conduct of the 8th, there was no violations. Second inquiry involved the break on 9, My Dream's Catcher. He made the break on his own, interfered with number 4, with the 4-horse finishing ahead of the 9th. No placings required. Now the official results in race 5, Captain Vespa G 6, Rock My Lou 7th, Elm Grove Untamed the race winner. Legal Jargon finished 8th. Ya Boy John was 2nd. Happened for a Reason 3rd. Zendaya's Cracker Jack was 4th. Crowd Control finished 5th. My Dream's Catcher was 9th. 28-4, 59-2, 130, and the mile in 159-4. In review, 671, 823, 459. Elm Grove Untamed paid $550. The exactor $56.90. The triactor $229.40. Super High 5 carryover. Sixth race on Post Parade, Manterio number 1, owned by Jennifer Doyle, Max Webster's Stable, and Melissa McRae, trained by Jennifer Doyle, and note the driver change to Paul Langell. Blue Moose number 2, Harold Shepard, training and driving for owner Taylor Shepard, Mirabel, Quebec. Steamboat Springs number 3 is owned by Jonathan and Mario LaJoy from St. Antoine, New Brunswick. Adam Werner trains and drives. Nothing Bugs Me number 4 is owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta. Trained by Vaughn Doyle, Corey McPherson drives. 5 Dr. Grenfell, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. Trained by Nick Oakes, Kenny Murphy. All About the Cash 6, owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, and Leonard Doyle. Jeff does the training driven by Brady Sweet. 5 minutes to post time. A special thank you going out to the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association, title sponsor of the 2026 Atlantic Sire Stakes.
And there's a look at Corey McPherson's stats. He'll be one of the 8 drivers competing in the 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship. In 2025, McPherson had 996 starts with 173 wins, 159 second-place finishes, and 182 third-place finishes. 945,000 in earnings, and a 323 driving average. The 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship, it takes place on June 23rd at Red Shores, Summerside. Okay, race 6 starters on track. Non-winners of 1651 last 4. And we're taking a look at the 4. Nothing Bugs Me. Trainer Vaughn Doyle going to have a heck of a season, I think, from his stable. He's got this horse, and he's got Get Wings, who just arrived here on the island after doing great things at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Get Wings, look for him. Stay tuned for him in a couple weeks in the Cecil Ladner Memorial. I think he will probably give that a shot after an incredible winter meet up in Ontario for trainer driver Paul McKenzie. Nothing Bugs Me. This one's owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta. Von Doyle trains. Corey McPherson in the seat. Pretty good effort last time out for Jason Hughes, 54-2. Closing quarter, 27 flat. He had 7 wins last year from 25 starts, and he had a mark of 53 taken right here in Charlottetown. So I think this guy can get the job done here on the drop-in class. He's been racing at the non-winners at 2001 last 4. 1651s for him tonight in a great spot on the wings. We'll take a shot at him at 4-5. Okay, I went right next door to Steamboat Springs. Adam Murner trains and drives this good-looking son of Sweet Lou. He reeled off 3 straight there to close out the season in January, and then he had the qualifier under his belt, 57-1, 27-2, and a pretty good third-place finish in his first start back in 55-1, and that was at the similar level. So Steamboat Springs has a real good shot in his second start back to maybe do one better, grab a deuce here, maybe even a win. We'll see what happens in this race, but he definitely has the talent to be right there at the wire. Currently even money on the board. And after the 3 and 4, it's pretty well anyone's guess who's going to round out the triactor. I went with the horse on the rail, Manterio. He loves PEI. And since he's come back, he has been racing super. He reeled off a couple wins in a row, 59, 57, and 3. And then he had a fifth place finish from post 7-3 back. And then he's hit the board again in his last two, 56 and 4 at 2 back. And then second by a half length and 58 and 4 at the 13:01 level. Last time out, he had the 2-hole ride and was a good second. He has a great starting spot here today from the pole position. Montario. Paul Langell will do the driving here tonight. David Dowling off his drives, and so he picks up a live one here and could hit the triactor. Could round it out for me at 13-1. Okay, we're getting close here in the 6th. The 2 right now at 18-1. Harold Shepard trains and drives. That's Blue Moose, owned by Taylor Shepard of Quebec. Shout out to you, Taylor, if you're tuning in. I know your dad had a big win last night in London. Camluck Classic night. One he is a part owner of. My Girl Friday, talented daughter of sports writer. Was a winner for James McDonald in 54 and 4 at London last night. So congratulations to Robert on his big win with a good-looking filly too. She was a winner at Mohawk the week before, so he's got a nice filly on his hands. We'll see how Blue Moose does here at long odds. As the starters for the 6th, they line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Montario, Blue Moose, Steamboat Springs, Nothing Bugs Me. Dr. Grenfell, All About the Cash are at the top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Dropping, pacing, Nothing Bugs Me, firing out. Montario on the rail between horses, Steamboat Springs. Dr. Grenfell 4th with Blue Moose 5th. All About the Cash 6th. Arriving at the 8th pole, Nothing Bugs Me for Corey McPherson. Steamboat Springs moves up on the outside to be 2nd. Racing from 3rd, that's Montario. Dr. Grenfell looking for a spot and will find it in 4th. 5th is Blue Moose, and All About the Cash trailing 6th. They arrive at the quarter. Nothing Bugs Me and McPherson out in front. Steamboat Springs set up for a 2-hole ride. 28 and 2 the quarter mile. 3rd is Montario. Dr. Grenfell in 4th. Back into 5th is Blue Moose, followed by the trailer. All About that Cash. Straight alignment towards the half mile they come, led by Nothing Bugs Me. He's halfway home. Steamboat Springs muscles up in the 2-hole. Montario 3rd. Dr. Grenfell continuing 4th. Gapping in 5th is Blue Moose, and All About the Cash is trailing 6. 57 seconds flat for an opening half mile by the 5/8, led by Nothing Bugs Me. On his back in the 2-hole is Steamboat Springs. Montario there, 3rd. Dr. Grenfell headed to the outside, 4th. Now into 5th is All About the Cash. Trailing the field, Blue Moose. They arrived at 3/4, led by Nothing Bugs Me in 1:26 flat. Second is Steamboat Springs, and he's coming to the outside. Manterio towards the rail. On the outside, Dr. Grenfell, all about the cash, and they're homeward bound. Steamboat Springs has jumped it off. Deep stretch, nothing bugs me. Manterio looking to upset them here on the wire. Wow, it's close. Manterio on the inside. Nothing bugs me on the outside. Picture time between the favorite and the long shot. 155 and one.
Okay, well, that's a tight win photo here in race 6. Yeah, they got the 4 posted, but what an effort from Manterio. 10-year-old gelding by Sports Writer, just relentless week in, week out. He just gives 110%. I love that, watching that horse race. Nothing bugs me. Big effort from him on the front end for Corey. I thought he'd be good here tonight on the slight class drop, and Corey put him right on the front end, right where the favorite should be. 28-2, half 57, 3/4, 126. Well rated by McPherson. He's going to hang on for the narrow victory. Nothing bugs me, and McPherson get it done here in race 6 over a fast close in Manterio up the inside. They got the 5, Dr. Grenfell, posted for third. So it's 4-1-5 unofficially here in race 6, and we'll see the 4, Nothing Bugs Me, back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Nothing bugs me. Holds on here in the 6th. He's in the winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding 5 by Custard the Dragon. Off the test flight dam, You Know Nothing. Owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta. Bred by Surdale Farms Limited from Kelowna, British Columbia. Trained by Von Doyle. Corey McPherson put him on top at every call in 155 and a 1/5. Nothing bugs me. Wires the 6th.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results in race 6, Manterio 2nd, Blue Moose 5th, Steamboat Springs was 6th. Nothing Bugs Me, the race winner. Dr. Grenfell finished 3rd. All About the Cash was 4th. Fractions went 28-2, 57, 126, and the mile in 155-1. From the top, your program reads 256, 134. Nothing Bugs Me, 270. Exactor 1450, Triactor 5770, and the super factor was 1378.
shout out to everyone here in the top of the park joining us here tonight. We hope you're having an excellent evening. Just got a note. Last call for 50-50 here in the top of the park. Over 600 going to the winners. So last call for 50-50.
Dylan Sam on the 7th race post rate, owned by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown and Tyson McDonald of Hazelbrook. Alan does the training, driven by Brady Sweet. Number 2, Metaman, owned by Linda and David O'Brien of Charlottetown. David trains and drives. Macho Phil, number 3, owned by Ali Campbell of Orwell. Landon Campbell is the trainer driver. Rosie's Mighty Mo, number 4, owned by Heather and Melvin Gamester. Melvin does the training, driven by Gilberto. 5-Star Dragon, number 5, owned and trained by Von Doyle of Charlottetown. Corey McPherson. Leaving Bruises 6, owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux of Stratford. Basil does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. Mock Art in Motion wears number 7, owned by Tyler and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kyle Wilkie. Jason Hughes drives. 3 minutes to post time. Back down to Kurt Hughes at the HPI broadcast desk with the race day recap, presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's all right, Vance. Let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center in tonight's first race. What an effort from the 2-star ship Sharky. Myrna got away in the 2-hole early, but then vacated that 2-hole right around the 5/8 as they were heading up the backstretch, and then it was gone as he wins by many. A new record for him, too. 156 for Starship Sharky in the opener. The 1, Bet on Evil, second. The 8, Shanghai Whiskey, third. 218 try. It was a pretty good ticket at 102.70. Over in race 2, Doc Darrell made some showing change there up front, going from steel to aluminum, and he was dropping in class. Good post, so he went right down the road. Half 59 and 2, 3/4 130 and 2, stopping the clock, and 159 and 4 for Doc Darrell and Shepard in the second. 268 try. It was 74.90. And then over in race 3, the talented 3-year-old by Cattle Wash, Cattle Call on the front end again this week. He was a winner in his debut last week for the 2026 meet. He got it done in 54. Well, tonight, right down the road in 55 and 1 off a half and 56 and 2. Big trip for Cattle Call as he doubles up with Barrio in the seat. Ocean View, Lou, second for McPhee, and Brady Sweet and Tobin's April Fool round out the top 3. 4-1-3 try. It was chalky at $17. And then over in race number 4 tonight, No Mo Fear. He didn't see the pylons. He was second over early in the mile off a half in 58-2, and then Murner tipped him 3 wide, and he was another winner running off the screen there in 57-4. No Mo Fear gets it done on the dropping class for Murner in race 4 at 470 on the nose. The 713 try, it paid 164.50. Good try there in the 4th. And then over in race 5 tonight, it was the 3 Elm Grove Untamed End Sweet. They got away in the 2-hole early, but then the 1 Captain Besbaji, who had been leading, kind of bared out, and then the 3 took over on the lead and never looked back, getting the job done in 59-4 for Sweet. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 was the super high 5 in that one. I think it was a carryover in that one. I'll wait to see and get back to you on that. But the pick 5, it paid 27.34. And then in race 6 tonight, nothing bugs me on the dropping class for McPherson right down the road. They had post 4, got away on the front, 28-2, half 57, 3/4 126, and they stopped the clock there, 155-1 over Mantario, who was charging down the rail there for the deuce. And Dr. Grenfell rounds out the top 3. So it's 4-1-5 there in race 6, and that try paid 57.70. And that's a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Even money on the 2 Meta Man. He's dropping in class. He's post 2 for O'Brien. Could get it done here in race 7 as the starters for the 7th. They line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Dylan Sam, Meta Man, Macho Phil, Rosie's Mighty Mo, 5-Star Dragon, Leaving Roses, Mock Art in Motion, top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, off and pacing Dylan Sam. The first one out. Second, that's Meta Man, Macho Phil. Third into the turn. Fourth, that is Leaving Bruises. On the inside, Rosie's Mighty Mo, 5th. Then 5-Star Dragon, 6th. And Mock Art in Motion, 7th. On the backstretch, Dylan Sam freewheeling on the lead by 4. Meta Man away 2nd. Macho Phil dropped in 3rd. That's Leaving Bruises in mid-pack 4th. Now Rosie's Mighty Mo has 5th. With 5-Star Dragon in 6th, followed by the trailer, Mock Art in Motion by the quarter. Boom! Just like that, 27-4. Didn't see that one coming. Dylan Sam's a fired-up leader for Brady Sweet. Meta Man is 2nd, Macho Phil 3rd. Leaving Bruises in 4th, Rosie's Mighty Mo 5th. 6th is 5-Star Dragon. Mock Art in Motion 7th. They're halfway home, led by Dylan Sam. Meta Man is closing in 2nd, Macho Phil 3rd. 56 and 2 was the half. Down to 3/8 to go. Dylan Sam on the lead. Madam Man is second. Macho Phil third. Racing from fourth, leaving bruises. And as they go to 3/4, that's Rosie's Mighty Mo in fifth. 5-Star Dragon sixth. Trailing seventh, that is Mockart in motion. 3 wide. They arrived at 3/4 in 1:26 and 3. There goes the inquiry sign now. Seventh race under an inquiry with an eighth of a mile to go. Meta Man now the leader. Dylan Sam is second, leaving Bruises third. Way wide 5-Star Dragon. Up the rail, Rosie's Mighty Mo. On the wire next, here's Meta Man and David O'Brien. Rosie's Mighty Mo looks for the deuce. Mockart in motion was closing up late. 1:57 and 1 under an inquiry. Retain your tickets. Judge's inquiry involves the conduct of race number 7 at the 5/8.
Okay, so hold on to all tickets here in race 7 as we are under an inquiry. Judges are going to take a look at race in action there, as Vance mentioned. But the two, Meta Man and David O'Brien, had a good 2-hole ride behind Dylan Sam early, 27 and 4. Big opening quarter, big opening half, 56 and 2. Heading up the backstretch, that's when Meta Man vacated the 2-hole. David O'Brien, they never looked back, getting it done in 57 and 1 off of 3/4 and 126 and 3. Up the inside, great effort from the 4, Rosie's Mighty Mo, and the 7 was charging hard at the wire. Mockart in motion and Hughes. So unofficially, we have a 2-4-7 try. But again, hold on to all tickets here in race 7. Okay, here's a look at the ongoing judges' inquiry in this seventh race. They're looking at race in action just past 5/8. So hold on to all tickets here in race 7 as the judges take a look at this inquiry.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the seventh race, the racing officials will be parading the 4, Rosie's Mighty Mo, to the winner's circle. Rosie's Mighty Mo goes to the seventh race winner's circle, facing Greg Elding 5 by Ultimate Luck from the Paris Dexter Dam. Another Rose owned by Heather and Melvin Gamester. Heather is the breeder, Melvin is the trainer. Gil Barrio is the driver, and he'll double up today. With the adjusted time to the mile of 1:57 and 2, that becomes a new pacing record. Rosie's Mighty Mo in the seventh. Now, the results of the judges' inquiry in the seventh race, racing officials deemed that number 2, Metaman, interfered with number 3, Macho Phil, at the 5/8. Metaman finished first and will be placed 7th. Now, the official results in race 7, Dylan Sam finished 6th, was placed 5th. Metaman finished first, was placed 7th for interference. Macho Phil finished 7th, was placed 6th. Rosie's Mighty Mo finished 2nd, was placed 1st. 5-Star Dragon finished 5th, was placed 4th. Leaving Bruises finished 4th, was placed 3rd. Mockart in Motion finished 3rd and was placed 2nd. 27 and 4, 56 and 2, 126 and 3. The adjusted mile time 1:57 and 2. In review after the placings, it's 5, 7, 6, 1, 4, 3, 2. Rosie's Mighty Mo 31.30 to win. Exactor $243.70. Triactor $1,427. Superfecta carryover.
Governor's Plate Second Chance draw is back at Red Shores Summerside. On live race days in Summerside, customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drum for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes one table for four on Governor's Plate night, one night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, and wagering vouchers, plus $500 cash. The grand prize draw is July 1st.
Eighth race on parade, Chicane number 1, owned by Walter Daigle from Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Colin Shepherd driving. Fire in Blood number 2, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Stevenson, Mike Downey drives. Tahoe Sealster 3, owned by Ramosco Group Incorporated of North Sydney and Wayne McGee of Sydney Mines, Nova Scotia, trained by Tom Weatherby, Adam Murner. Gigi's Dream number 4, owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford and Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. Red Eye to Shanghai number 5, owned by Wade Myers and Jack Matheson of Charlottetown. Wade trains and drives. TH Spiky Mikey is number 6, owned by Peter Smith, Gerald Morrissey, and Ian Smith. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 5 minutes to post time. Kurt returns with the top plays in just a moment. But first, a message from the new HPI Bet app.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Okay, the team of Matt and David Burke and Windermere Farms, they are having themselves a time here at Red Shores here, and here in the Maritimes, really. Gigi's Dream, this is a nice one. They have a 4-year-old by Tell It Like It Is. They also have the undefeated filly, Windermere Sky, and they got a pretty nice mare on their hands that was a winner, easy winner, on Thursday night in Lady Cafe Olay, and so they're having a great time. Earl Watts, the trainer. Mark Campbell drives Gigi's Dream, and this one coming in off a big second and 55-2. First start on the Lasix program, closed in 28-3. Had a nice qualifier on the front end, 57-3. Closing quarter, 28-1. So second start Lasix for this one. Same class again this week. Better post to work from. I think Campbell will send this one right down the road here tonight. There is some inside speed to his left with Tahoe Sealster and Fire and Blood also all show early speed, but I think Gigi's Dream and Campbell can keep the pedal to the metal and touch down to the lead. Rate it well, they could be a winner. Currently 3-5.
Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets, today valued at $675. The winning number will be K5551442. Today's 50-50 winning number for $675, K5551442. Good luck.
All right, we got a great look at the 3 Tahoe Sealster scoring out for Adam Murner. Tom Weatherby trains this 3-year-old gelding by Century Pharaoh. coming in off back-to-back wins, 2 starts back, 58-3 last time out, a good one, 56-1. Mark Campbell in the seat on that day. They were stretched out last time out, 28-1. They got to the lead, kept on rocking and rolling, 56-3, 126-2, closed in 29-4 for the victory. So I think this week, I think they'll be more than happy to possibly take a 2-hole ride, leave out, and let Mark go aboard the 4 GG's Dream, sit in the 2-hole and take that 2-hole ride right to the finish. And there's a look at my exactor there, the 4 and 3 on the screen for you right now. 5-2 on the 3. Down to a minute to go here before race 8. We have Exacta Superfecta Triactor wagering if you're playing the try. Here's a good look at the 2 Fire and Blood. I'm going to take a shot at him for third. Coming in off a front end 4th place finish in 57-4. 3-year-old colt by Blood Money was in Atlantic Sire Stakes A action in Summerside back on May 24th. Cut the mile and ended up getting beat down the lane 29-2. On the end of it for Fire and Blood. Race much better off the pace. 2 starts back, 55-3. Closing quarter, 28. Showed good last quarters from off the pace in his 2 previous starts to that front end mile last time out. So I think the game plan will be put this one on a helmet, let others do the heavy lifting, and then take a late shot late in the mile. The veteran Mike Downey in the seat. I'm sure he'll probably work out a trip like that for this guy. Currently 14-1.
All
right, we're getting close here in the ATH Spiky Mikey. Another solid option for third here in the try. Chicane on the rail for Colin Shepherd there. They have a win from their stable, Colin and Morgan, with Doc Darrell earlier on the card. Good starting spot for Chicane, the 3-year-old colt by Blood Money. Long odds as the field lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, let's return to Vance Cameron.
Chicane, Fire and Blood, Tahoe Sealster, GG's Dream, Red Eye to Shanghai, TH Spiky Mikey. Half a dozen noses up on the starting gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Tahoe Sealster, the first one out. Chicane's at the rail, joining them from the outside. That's GG's Dream third. To get away fourth is Fire and Blood, then fifth, T8 Spiky Mikey. Red Eye to Shanghai, the early trailer, the quarter pole bound. And here comes GG's Dream in line to Mark Campbell up to take the lead from the outside. Tahoe Sealster now gives way for the 2-hole ride. Chicane away third, then in fourth, that's Fire and Blood. T8 Spiky Mikey fifth, and a Red Eye to Shanghai in sixth. They're on by the quarter in 28-2. On the front end, the 1-9 chalk for Campbell is GG's Dream, the leader at 3/8. 2-hole ride to Tahoe Sealster. Chicane coming out of the turn, racing from third. Then fourth, towards the half mile, is Fire and Blood. Fifth on the cones is T8 Spiky Mikey. Red Eye to Shanghai trailing sixth. Straight alignment at the midway point. And that's GG's Dream halfway home in 57-4. Tracking in the 2-hole to Sealster, Chicon has third. Fourth is Fire and Blood, and he's gone to the outside. Up the rail, fifth is T.H. Spiky Mikey, and that is Red Eye to Shanghai on the outside six. The 3/4 the next station, and G.G.'s Dream will get him there. Second to Sealster. Chicon tipped out from third. Fire and Blood fourth. T.H. Spiky Mikey fifth. Red Eye to Shanghai sixth. The 3/4 up in 1:27 and 3. Eighth of a mile out, and that's G.G.'s Dream turning home. To Sealster coming to the outside. Fire and Blood is third. Chicon fourth. On the wire next, G.G.'s Dream in line to Mark Campbell. To Sealster second. Fire and Blood will finish third. Time for the mile, 1:55.3.
Perfectly rated mile by Campbell. There's hope for this Mark Campbell driver yet. The old fella now seeing his son out on the track. He's still got it on the front end. 57-4 aboard G.G.'s Dream, who I thought would get to the lead here. Nice drive by Murner, too, with Tahoe Sealster scooting out to the lead and releasing Campbell, taking that 2-hole ride. 3/4, 1:27 and 3. And Campbell steps on the gas pedal in the final quarter, throws a 28 flat final panel at them to get the job done comfortably at the wire. 1:55 and 3 for G.G.'s Dream and Mark Campbell. We'll see them back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
G.G.'s Dream in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the 8th race. Bay Pacing Gelding 4 by Tell It Like It Is off the Ponder Dam. G.G. from Fiji. Owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford and Windermere Farms of Springvale. Bred by Dieters, Barnett, Warner, and Spindler. Trained by Earl Watts and Mark Campbell. Will drive him to victory in 1:55 and 3. G.G.'s Dream delivers in the 8th. Here's the official results now in race 8. Chicon finished 4th. Fire and Blood was 3rd. Tahoe Sealster 2nd. G.G.'s Dream, the race winner. Red Eye to Shanghai was 6th. T.H. Spiky Mikey 5th. Quarterly fractions were 28 and 2, 57 and 4, 127 and 3, and the mile in 155 and 3. In review, 432. 165. G.G.'s Dream 220. Exactor 780. Triactor 1450. Superfecta 591.
The McDonald Family Pace is scheduled for Friday, August 14th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The race will go for a purse of $8,000. And for more details on eligibility, nomination fees, and declaration date, please visit the racing page of Red Shores website and click on the Horseperson's Info tab. Okay, race 9 coming up next. Preferred 2 should be a good one. We got some changes though in this upcoming 9th race. In the 9th race, the 2 Fast Louis, we got a driver change. Gilles Barrio on the 2 Fast Louis, and we got an equipment change on Fill My Beer, going from open to closed, and adding pull-out earplugs, open to closed on Fill My Beer. And Barrio drives the 2 Fast Louis in the upcoming 9th.
Preferred 2 Pacers on the 9th race parade. Number 1 Bentley, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Brady Sweet drives. Fast Louis, number 2, owned by Max Webster Stable. David Dowling, Jennifer Doyle, and Ryan McLaughlin, trained by Jennifer Doyle. And note the driver change to Gilles Barrio. 3 is Malignity, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia. Paul Langell is the trainer-driver. 4 Brigus, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes. Kenny Murphy drives. JK Last Chance, number 5. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives for owner Dan McIsaac, Charlottetown. Fill My Beer wears number 6, owned by Carl Stafford, Brent Campbell, Bernard McDonald, and Kent McDonald, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell's in the sulky. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 9. Join us for lunch or dinner at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, located on the lower level of Red Shores, Charlottetown. Ladies and gentlemen, the racing officials will remove the 1-second wind variant. Track condition is fast with no variant.
All right, race 9. Starters are on track. Preferred 2. Field of 6 should be a good one. I'm going with Fast Louis here. Gilles Barrio going to take over the driving duties. David Dowling off his drives tonight, and so we're coming in off a big win in 54-3, right on the front end the last time out. Barrio's got himself a live drive here, this one out of the Jen Doyle stable. Second by neck, 2 back, 54-3, and then 3 starts back was a monster effort where he was second by a nose and 53-1. He came first up on that night, and he came first up out of the 2-hole and battled right to the wire with Brigus the next week and was really close. So after knocking on the door for 3 straight weeks, he wired the field last time out. Another good inside post for Fast Louie here. I think he will be close at the wire again. I got him on top at 4-5. Might see more from this guy here tonight, coming in off a kind of tentative first start back at the Dawn Winners at 26:01. Paul Langell, training and driving, just an easy start there at a post 6, took him back to 6, ended up beat 3.5 at the finish, 55-1, 27-4 closing quarter. Malignity, good gate speed typically, as you can see on his lines, so maybe Langell will be more aggressive with him tonight and want to be placed up near the lead. That's the way I see it setting up in this 9th race. So I'm going to take a shot at Malignity for part of it at 7-2. Brigus has been dynamite in his last couple starts. A winner from the rail, winner by neck, 54-3 over Fast Louie, 2 starts back, and then a good closing third last time out on the move up in class there, 55 flat, 28-1 third in behind Fast Louie and Fill My Beer. So Brigus, another one that you could place in your triactor here at 8-1. This is about as evenly matched group of preferred 2 as it gets. Wow, this talented group lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 9th race. We're going to send it up to Vance Cameron. Vance, this should be a dandy.
You know it's about to be, Kurt, without a doubt. Bentley, Fast Louie, Malignity, Brigus, JK, Last Chance, Fill My Beer, top of the stretch. Preferred 2 Pacers coming to a start. Rough and pacing. Brigus leaves out. Bentley along the rail. Fast Louie will be third into the turn. Malignity away fourth. Then fifth is J.K. Last Chance and Fill My Beer on the outside six. They arrive at the opening eighth, and that is Brigus to show the way early for Kenny Murphy. Lead three. Second is Bentley. Away in third is Fast Louie. That's Malignity. Racing fourth. In fifth is J.K. Last Chance and Fill My Beer is trailing the field. Arriving up the opening quarter, led by Brigus and Kenny Murphy, and they were there in 29 and 1. They have a 3-length lead. In the 2-hole, that's Bentley. Fast Louie around the turn third. Malignity, he's fourth. In fifth, that's J.K. Last Chance. Fill My Beer sees them all from six. They arrive at the half-mile next. And on the lead at the midway point, Brigus halfway home. Bentley continues second with Fast Louie in third. Malignity fourth. J.K. Last Chance fifth. Fill My Beer is sixth. 58 and 2 was the half-mile consecutive 29 and 1 splits. By the 5/8 they go, and his lead now 4, and that's Brigus. Second along the rail, Bentley. Fast Louie up on the outside third. Malignity continuing fourth. Well back now in fifth, J.K. Last Chance, and the trailer is Fill My Beer. That is Brigus. The lead down to 2 off of 3/4 of 1. 26 and 1, 27 and 4 in the third quarter. They get set to turn down the home stretch. Brigus the leader. Fast Louie on the outside. Bentley along the rail. Malignity. Deep stretch now. Brigus almost there. Fast Louie. Brigus all the way for Kenny Murphy. Fast Louie second. Malignity third. 1:55. But
I thought this would be a tighter finish with the field blanketed across the track, but no. Brigus, strange opener, 29 and 1. He had them by 3 or 4 lengths, and they were kind of scattered, gapping each position. And the one Bentley was gapping in the 2-hole. Fast Louie on his back, and then there was a gap back to fourth. But Fast Louie comes first up, as he's done in the past in Race Super, getting another close deuce. But Brigus up for the battle here on the front end, half 58 and 2, and that sealed the deal for Kenny Murphy and Brigus. They were able to bottom out the field in the back half, 126 and 1, as Vance mentioned. A big third quarter there, 27 and 4, and then 28 and 4 in the end. Nice mile, 155 for Brigus and Murphy at long odds, 11 to 1. On the board. We'll see them back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Briggs has arrived at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the ninth race. Bay Pacing Gelding, 5 years, a son of Better Than Cheddar, off the Art Major Dam, Bachata, Hanover. Owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, who is also the breeder. Trained by Nick Oakes and Kenny Murphy, put him on top at every call today, winning in 155. Briggs in the ninth. Now the official results from race 9, Bentley was 4th, Fast Louis 2nd, Malignity 3rd, Briggs the race winner, JK Last Chance 5th, Fill My Beer was 6th, 29-1, 58-2, 126-1, and the mile 155. In review, 423, 156. Briggs paid $24.90 to win. The exactor was 94.10, the triactor 151.30, and the superfecta 53.41.
The 2026 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake will take place at Red Shores, Charlottetown. 2 and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 15th, followed by the 2 and 3-year-old Pacing Colts and Fillies on Saturday, October 17th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association.
Edge of the World on the 10th race post freight, owned by Brett LeBlanc and Nolan Campbell. Brett trains and drives. 2 is Katie's Bet, owned by Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Kyle does the training, driven by Jason Hughes. Paul's Crown, number 3, is owned by Tara Harper and Ryan Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Stanley Harper, driven by Mark Campbell. Freight Air 4, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Neil Bambrick, driven by Brody McPhee. Bohannon, number 5, owned by Krista Dunsford from Dona. Carson Wilkie does the conditioning, Corey McPherson driving. Redland Sampson 6, the owners are Donnie Smith, Troy Cudmore, Roderick Gillis, and Paul Hogan. Trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. 7 is Maintenance Man, owned by Brittany Watts of Springvale. Adam Murner is the trainer driver. Only 3 minutes wagering time on race number 10. The late pick 4 starts here in race 10 with the $1,000 guaranteed pool. Up next is a message from the connections of 1-800.
It was a pairing of world champions, legendary Sire of Sires, Some Beach Somewhere, and millionairess Economy Terror. Now their fastest son is standing in the Maritimes. 1-800. Some Beach Somewhere set 4 world records and Sire champions. Economy Terror out-earned Sweet Lou at 2, winning the Breeders' Crown and set a world record. Bred only to world champions and Dan Patch winners, she's produced 7 $100,000 winners, fetching top price at the Lexington Select Sale. 1-800 paced half miles in 52 and change at 2 and 3 in this lifetime best performance of 1:48. Lightly raced, he now enters stud as his dam's fastest son. New for 2026. 1-800. Call Dr. Mitch Downey to book today.
Okay, race 10 starters, they're on track. No winners, 13:01. Last 4, Paul's Crown. We could see maybe a similar trip to last week. I could see Paul's Crown getting to the front. Katie's Bet has the inside edge, could land in the 2-hole again. So I could see these two finishing 1-2 again this week. Paul's Crown with a gutsy win on the front last time out from post 6, getting there 27-4. He paid a price early as Katie's Bet took a little bite out of him early, but then he was able to be well rated on the front and hold on for the win in 57. Katie's Bet a good second there in 57 as well. But Paul's Crown, if he makes front again for Campbell, I could see them doubling up. So that's the way I see it setting up. I'm going to take a shot at Paul's Crown on top at even money. There's the aforementioned Katie's Bet. Has been racing good. Third, 2 starts back from post 6 from off the pace, 56-4. And then last time out, as I mentioned, had that good 2-hole ride from post 5. I think Hughes wanted to cut it on that day, but Paul's Crown just had the jump on him. And so he ended up in that 2-hole, but a good closing 28-4 on the end of it, just back quarter of a length at the finish. So he's been really good since returning to action. He even shows back-to-back quarters in 27-1. on his card. And so Katie's Bet definitely does have an excellent shot at winning in here, and a better price than Paul's Crown right now at 3-1. playing the Triactor and Superfecta. Edge of the World, why not take a shot at this guy? Head post 4 in his last 2 starts at the 13:01 level. And he was pretty close, 4th and 5th, fifth in his last one, 57-2, 28-1 closer. Closed in 28-3, 2 back for a mile of 55-3. That was a real good effort on that day. An even race good there. His first start back off the bench there, finishing 3rd. In actually winning there in 58-1 off a 2-hole ride. That was down at the non-winners 1001 last 4. So Edge of the World, Brett LeBlanc from this inside post could play a role in this Triactor ticket. 8-1 currently. Late pick 4 kicks off here in race 10 as the race 10 starters. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center's starting gate. Let's return for the call to Vance Cameron.
Edge of the World, KD's Bet, Paul's Crown, Freight Air, Bohannon, Redland, Sampson, and Maintenance Man. The field in the 10th at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go. Off and pacing, and the inside 4 leaving out. Edge of the World, KD's Bet, Paul's Crown, and Freight Air on the outside. Into the turn 5th, Bohannon, away 6. That is a Redline Sampson. And Maintenance Man 7th as they arrive at the 8th pole from the outside and headed on to the lead. KD's Bet and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, take over the lead, and they're in unfamiliar territory on this night, right on that choo-choo at the opening quarter by 3. Edge of the World races from 2nd, Paul's Crown 3rd, then in 4th, that's Freight Air, Bohannon 5th, Redland Sampson 6th, Maintenance Man is 7, 29 seconds flat, opened it up on the front end here by almost 5. It's KD's Bet, the fraction setter. Edge of the World races 2nd, Paul's Crown, he's there 3rd. Freight Air races from 4th, followed by Bohannon 5th. Redland Sampson 6th. Maintenance Man on the outside 7th. They're halfway home in the 10th, led by KD's Bet. The midway point time, 59 seconds flat. Edge of the World is 2nd. There goes Paul's Crown, sent to the outside 3rd. Freight Air has 4th. Bohannon on the cones 5th. Outside 6th, Maintenance Man now trailing Redland Sampson. 3/4 coming up next, and here comes Paul's Crown to take over late for Campbell. KD's Bet 2nd, moving 3rd, Freight Air. Maintenance Man has picked up 4th on the outside. Edge of the World 5th, Bohannon 6th, Redland Sampson 7th. 1:29 was 3/4, and they're homeward bound, led by Paul's Crown. Racing into 2nd is Freight Air. On the outside, Maintenance Man 3rd. Here's the wire. Here's the winner. Paul's Crown in line to Mark Campbell. Freight Air 2nd, Maintenance Man 3rd. And the time for the mile, 1:58 flat.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for race 10. I feel bad for the two, KD's Bet and Hughes. They spoiled a front-end trip, and I think because of some broken equipment there, I think he wears that Tony Morgan spreader maybe on that outside leg there, and so that can help him from interfering and keep him off his maybe knees or shins. And that Tony Morgan spreader, it broke, and you could see it dangling there as they were coming to the half. And so you could see him struggle there on the turns, interfering, and that kind of took the good out of him. And so Paul's Crown, who sat off the early speed mid-pack, Campbell made his move and drove right on by. Half 59, three-quarters 129. They closed in 29 flat. Paul's Crown was back-to-back in 158 here for Campbell. We'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Here comes Paul's Crown to the 10th race winner's circle. By facing gelding 5 by Hilarious Halo from the Bettor's Delight Dam, New York Lotto. Home by Tara Harper and Ryan Wilkie of Stratford, bred by Wendell Williams of Ellerslie, trained by Stanley Harper. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat has the double, and he's the king of the CDP ring. Paul's Crown, he goes back-to-back tonight in a 158 for his 15th lifetime victory. Now the official results from the 10th race. Edge of the World was 6th. Katie's Bet finished 4th and had broken equipment. Paul's Crown, the race winner. Freight Air was 2nd. Bohannon finished 7th. Redland Sampson was 5th. Maintenance Man 3rd. Fractions of 29, 59, 129, Mile in 158. In review, 641, 2753. Paul's Crown paid $290. The Exactor $2260. Triactor was $426.10. Superfecta was $77.89.
Okay, Mike in the bike. There's Mike Downey. He'll be one of the 8 drivers competing in the 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship. In 2025, Downey had 63 starts, 21 wins, 12 second place finishes, and 6 third place finishes with $80,504 in earnings and a 470 driving average. The 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship, it takes place on June 23rd at Red Shores, Summerside. Okay, there's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. We'll take a look at our top plays here for this upcoming 11th race. Again, tough outing for Katie's Bet. You could tell the more tired he got, the more he interfered and just kind of ended up getting a little too tired of hitting, interfering there. And so around the last turn, he lost some lengths and ended up giving up the lead. And Paul's crowned the victor in that last race here. We're going to go with a 5-1-4. Peter McPhee with the post time picks. He likes a 5-1-4 as well. Classifier's choice 5-4-1 in the upcoming 11th race. And the 5 Geish's Treasure is the one we are all aiming for in here. And this one is dropping in class. And so we're going to take a crack at Geish's Treasure and Campbell here in race 11. Note the driver change on the 1, Woodmere Sinatra. Gilberto will do the driving, and the 2, Raising Sand, is adding a tail tie. So those are the changes in the upcoming 11th.
Tonight's 11th race on parade, number 1, Woodmere Sinatra. It's owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Note the driver change to Gilberto. Raising Sand 2, owned by Todd Walsh, Sean McAdam, Lance Jones, and Donnie McFadden. Trained by Todd Walsh, Miles Heffernan Jr. drives. JK's Henry, number 3, owned by Alan Smith of Brookfield and Brad Smith of North Wilshire. Trained by Brad Smith, Paul Langell catch drives. Evil Vintage 4, Corey McPherson training and driving for owner Sandra Stead, Montague. 5 is Geish's Treasure, owned by Blaze Rogerson of Trackety Cross, trained by Brendan Mullen, Mark Campbell. Neptune Sealster 6, owned by Carly Ward, Mickey Gallant, and Nicole McPherson, trained by Mickey Gallant, driven by Adam Murner. ABC is number 7, owned by Dewar Burho of Charlottetown, trained by Cliff Murphy, driven by Kenny Murphy. 8 is JK Express, owned by James Perot of Stratford, trained by Jared Perot. That's Kenny Arsenault. 3 minutes to post time. The Gold Cup and Saucer Trials are scheduled for Saturday, August 15th, with a 5 p.m. post time, followed by the $100,000 final on Saturday, August 22nd, and proudly presented by Atlantic Lottery.
Gold Cup and Saucer, greatest show in harness racing. Will be here before you know it. Months are just flying by. At the end of the month, May 31st tomorrow. Hard to believe we're through May already, into June almost. And there's a look at our top play in this 11th race. 951's last 4. That's Geish's Treasure, this one dropping down in class, had been picking up checks up in class there at the 1751s last time out. Had the 2-hole ride, finished fourth. Big effort, 55-2 closing quarter, 28-4 for Hughes. Campbell back in the seat here for trainer Brendan Mullen at a post 5 on the class drop. We'll take a shot at him. He's currently 9-5 on the board right now. Woodmere Sinatra has been racing great as well. Has 2 on the board finishes in the last 3 starts. A winner there, 201 and 1. 3 starts back down at the 651 level. Jumped up to this level the last 2. Finished 5th off a first over trip, 2 back, and then rallied to finish 3rd last time out from off the pace, 57-1. Take a look at that closer, 28 flat. Barrio with the catch driving call here tonight from post 1. Woodmere Sinatra doesn't really show a lot of early speed. Does show on front from post 2 at the 1301 level. First start off the qualifier back in April. Get up to the quarter, 28-2. But from the rail, 2 starts back, ended up in the 3-hole there with a 28-3 opening quarter. So not a lot of gate speed, but if he can get around the first turn and still be on front, Woodmere Sinatra's odds of winning go way up. Currently 6-1 on the board. JK's Henry, I think, could be on front in this one. A little more gate speed than the one Woodmere Sinatra and Raising Sand. So JK's Henry could be crossing over. Evil Vintage, another good option for triactor players. This one, 6th last time out, 57-3 at the 1301 level. Good deuce at this level, though. 2 starts back, 56-3, closing quarter in 30-1. So off that deuce at this level 2 back, I like that one for 3rd. But again, JK's Henry, another good option if you're playing the try and super here in race 11. Full field of 8 here, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, it's post time for race 11. Let's return for the call to Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Sinatra, Raising Sand, JK's Henry, Evil Vintage, Keisha's Treasure, Neptune, Sealster, ABC, JK, Express on the outside, the 11th, in the hands of the starter, Jeff McDonald. Here they come. The rough and pacing Evil Vintage leaving out from the middle. Woodmere Sinatra along the rail between horses. JK's Henry joining them. That's Geisha's Treasure, 3 high, 4th. The Getaway, 5th. Raising Sand. Neptune Seals to 6th. Then it's ABC and JK Express. 3 wide in the early going. Showtime at Charlottetown. Farthest one out. Geisha's Treasure headed to the lead. Evil Vintage now second, away third. That's JK's Henry. Then in 4th along the rail is Woodmere Sinatra. They opened it up in 28 seconds flat. Straight alignment around the top turn, now led by Geisha's Treasure and Mark Campbell. Evil Vintage is second, JK's Henry third. Then in 4th is Woodmere Sinatra, Raising Sand 5th. Neptune Seals to 6th. ABC is 7th. And trailing 8th, JK Express. They're halfway home, led by Geisha's Treasure. Here comes Woodmere Sinatra now, up to engage the leader. Up the rail in 3rd is Evil Vintage, 57 and 3 the half mile. 4th is JK's Henry on the outside, Raising Sand 5th. Moving up 6th on the outside, Neptune Sealster. ABC is 7th. On the outside 8th, that is JK Express. They're pairing up. There's 4 in, there's 4 out, and they're up to 3/4 full. Woodmere Sinatra on the outside, Geisha's Treasure along the rail. Evil Vintage in the pocket third. 3/4 in 1, 27 and 3. Down to an 8th to go. Geisha's Treasure along the rail. To his outside, Woodmere Sinatra. Evil Vintage going to the passing lane. They're in deep. Stretch now. Woodmere Sinatra. Evil Vintage on the inside with McPherson to win. Second is Woodmere Sinatra. We'll need a show photo. And the time for the mile in 1:57. Bullet!
Okay, we'll get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for race 11, Evil Vintage, with the perfect 2-hole ride, following the favorite there, Geisha's Treasure, through fractions 28 at 57 and 3, 3/4, 127 and 3. Up the pass lane, McPherson goes, and he gets the win in 157. Big effort from the one, Woodmere Sinatra, on the outside there for Barrio, a gutsy first over effort, getting the deuce. And JK's Henry going to round out the top 3 for Langell. 4-1-3. Unofficially here in race 11, we'll see Evil Vintage and McPherson back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Evil Vintage on his way to the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from tonight's 11th race. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 6 by Great Vintage off the Western Ideal Dam. Evil Fight, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, bred by James Craparola and Patrick Berry. Corey McPherson training and driving. Corey's second driving victory for the double. 1:57 the time for the mile. Evil Vintage in the 11th. Now the official results from the 11th race. Woodmere Sinatra was second, Raising Sand 8th, JK's Henry 3rd, Evil Vintage the race winner, Geisha's Treasure was 4th, Neptune Sealster 6th, ABC was 5th, JK Express 7th, 28, 57 and 3, 127 and 3, and the mile in 157. From the top, your program reads 283 14657. Evil Vintage paid 730. Exactor 1840. Triactor 8790. Superfecta 1676.
Red Shores is proud to present HBI PEI players an exciting offer for 2026. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HBI bet points. Sign up for free at hbibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HBI Bet and Red Shores.
The preferred pacers for the 12th race featured. They're on the track for the post parade. Number 1, T.H. Boomtown, owned by Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson, and note the driver change to Mark Campbell. 2 is Malevolent, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia. Paul Langell is the trainer driver. Blood Money 3, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson. Jill Barrio. B2B wears number 4, owned by Donald McRae and Blair McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. Nothing But Finesse number 5. Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick is the owner and the driver. Ellen Stevenson trains. 5 minutes wagering time in race number 12. And Kurt, you and I are going to come back with our selections in the feature. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. Well, last week it was a Ronnie Matheson trainee that snapped the winning streak, and I think your brother's going to snap Blood Monies, as you mentioned earlier on the program. I think B2B is the horse to beat, and he was ready and ready, right off the hop, pacing that final quarter in 26-3 here last week, just coming up a neck short. I'll use the 4 B2B. Like Blood Money for the deuce, I'll use Malevolent for third, and for the superfecta players, I went to the 1 TH Boomtown. 4, 3, 2, 1 from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like B2B as well. Ashley had him ready to go, and B2B's top groom, Aiden Hughes, had him ready to go too. So shout out to Aiden. He had his big guy ready to rock and roll. A 26 and change final quarter, Vance, in his first start off the bench, 52-1. I showed the replay there before the races in the pregame. As you could see them coming down the stretch as Jason moved out of that 2-hole behind Twin B Tough Enough. They battled in the stretch, and B2B usually takes a minute to kind of get his momentum rolling. And then but halfway down the stretch, he kind of put in a little skip, almost looked like he was doing the Mull River Shuffle there halfway down the stretch. And Jason said he just got a new set of hobbles on him, and so they may have stretched a little bit, kind of caused him to kind of lose his gait there just for a moment. And Jason had to kind of fetch him up late in the stretch, so that kind of killed his momentum. He still only finished second by a neck at the finish, so it was a big effort in his first start back. So I'll take a shot at him too, Vance. I think he could end Blood Money's winning streak here, so I'm going to put B2B on top for Hughes. I like Blood Money for the deuce, and why not? Look at the lines. He's just been ultra impressive, especially since taking off the hobbles. He's reaching out further, and his gait is just really impressive. When you watch him in the slow-mo, he can really reach out with those front legs. So I like him for the deuce, and I'll throw in Nothing But Finesse for the show dough there with Mitch Downey in the seat. So I'm at 4, 3, 5. You've heard Vance's selections. He likes B2B as well. Who do you like here in the feature 12th? Good luck with your selections. Okay, an excellent class here in our feature tonight. What a good-looking horse. That horse is the 2 Malevolent First start back was a good one, 53-3. He closed well in that race as well. For Paul Langell, they have post 2 here tonight. Second start back, they could be heard from in this race if you're playing the Triactor and Superfecta Malevolent. A good option there. TH Boomtown making his first start back. He had a good qualifier, 57-4. And so we'll see how he does in his first start back. Long odds, though. Tough trip for him up against these Bearcats in this one. And so Mark Campbell has his work cut out for him. He's driving tonight. David Dallingoff is drive, so Mark Campbell gets that drive. Also in this race, we got Blood Money with the winning streak on the line, coming in off that big win in 52 flat, 27-3. Gilles Barrio in the seat, and my top play B2B there from post 4. Now the favorite at 1-2, 7-5 on Blood Money. Nothing but finesse. Mitch Downey in the seat tonight, going to go for a ride and should get a good trip in here, but he is long odds on the outside of the gate. 12-1 currently on the 5. Got to give a quick shout out to the boys over behind me here in the grandstand. They're here celebrating a birthday. Patty McGuigan, I believe my nephew Sam's here, Sam Hughes. He's here with Johnny McKenzie and a big crew. And they're celebrating a birthday. I think Patty McGuigan, they said his name was. He's over there celebrating with us tonight. So thanks for making us a part of your night. Enjoy yourselves, boys, tonight. You got a good race to watch here in the upcoming 12th feature. Okay, heavyweight bout. About to get it on here at Red Shores. 12th race feature. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, let's return to Vance Cameron.
The Bearcats at Charlottetown. Preferred Pacers lining up. TH Boomtown, Malevolent. Blood Money B2B. Nothing but finesse. Post time. Back leaving, nothing but finesse, and there they go. Up and pacing, 3-0 leaving out. Malevolent, Blood Money, and B2B into the turn. Away fourth is TH Boomtown, and nothing but finesse. Will trailed in the early going. Up the backstretch they go. Blood Money is taking the lead. He'll have to deal with B2B coming to call here early. Racing from third, Malevolent. Fourth, TH Boomtown. Trailing the field fifth. Nothing but finesse by the opening quarter. And they were there in good time. And B2B and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, takes over off a boom! Just like that, 27-2 opener. Down the stretch they come, led by B2B. Blood Money had to settle up for a 2-hole ride tonight. Racing from third, Malevolent. Fourth, TH Boomtown. Nothing but finesse. Fifth, they're trying to get a breather in here. That's B2B, the midway point leader. There was no breather. 55-4. 28-2 in the second quarter. with 3/8 of a mile to go. They're led by the 5/8 by B2B. Blood Money is there second, gapping in third, Malevolent fourth. That is TH Boomtown. Nothing But Finesse is a fifth. 3/4 in the books. B2B arriving there, the leader. Blood Money with the streak on the line. Malevolent third. There goes TH Boomtown. Fourth on the outside. Nothing But Finesse fifth. 3/4 up. 125 flat. They're in the home stretch in the feature. B2B opening it up late on the wire. Here's B2B and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. Second, that's Blood Money. Up for third, TH Boomtown. They stopped the clock in 1:52.3.
Yeah, he was so good in his first start back off the long layoff. First start off the bench, he was a close deuce in 52-1, 26-3. Tonight, Hughes never moved a line on him as he made his way to the front. 27-2, half 55-4, 3/4 125, and they throw a last quarter at them in 27-3 as he wins in 152-3. As you can see, Hughes sitting chilly in the bike down the lane as they capture the feature here. B2B and Hughes, they get it done in the 12th. And we'll see them back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
B2B will arrive at the winner's circle for his 49th lifetime victory. B2B, Bay Pacing Stallion. He's 9 by Sunshine Beach. From the Life Sign Dam, be full of Steinem. Owned by Donald McCrae and Blair McLaughlin. Bred by ICR Racing, Pufferlaw, Ontario. Trained by Ashley Gamester and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, along for the ride. 152-3. B2B in the Saturday night feature at Charlottetown. Here's the official results from the 12th race. TH Boomtown third. Malevolent was fifth. Blood Money finished second. B2B, the race winner. Nothing But Finesse was fourth. 27-2. 55-4. 125. Mile in 152-3. In review, 352-14. B2B fade 270. Exactor $3.50, Triactor $10, Superfecta $2.06.
Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 in the last race of the program with a low 15% takeout, and customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shores, Charlottetown, and Summerside.
Thirteenth race on post parade, Captain of Rock and Roll, number 1, home with Jennifer Doyle of Stratford and Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Jennifer does the training, and note the driver change to Gilles Barriol. Cheeky Play number 2, Corey McPherson of Cornwall, co-owns Trains and Drives, co-owner Aubrey Cameron, Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Good Omen 3, owned by Roseanne Langell, Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell, Trains and Drives. Marigo Magic number 4, owned by Mike May, Herman McQuaid, and Derek Cameron of Charlottetown for trainer-driver Adam Murner. Rock Shining Star number 5, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, David O'Brien, Trains and Drives. High Praise number 6, owned by Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Kenny Murphy. Starship Glide wears number 7, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 13. We're back with live racing on Tuesday night, Red Shores, Somerset. Post time is 6 p.m. Kurt has a Super High Five ticket to close out the Saturday program.
That's right, Vance, and we have a Super High Five carryover going into this last race. The Super High Five in race 5 did not go, so we have a Super High Five carryover of $454.82. So over $454 going into this late Super High Five. And there's a look at our tickets to close it out here at Red Shores. I'm going with the 7 on top. I like Starship Glide. This guy's been unreal since returning to action. He reeled off 2 dominant wins there, 56-2, 55-4, and then a good runner-up finisher to House Edge Hanover, and 53-4 for Murder, 26-4 final quarter. So even though he has the outside, we're going to put him on top. I like the 4 and 5 in for the deuce. Marigo Magic making his first start back, and Rock Shining Stars in off the qualifier as well. He was a Gold Cup and Saucer starter back a few years ago, so nice to see him back here on the island. I'm going to put him in there for third, and I like the 1 Captain of Rock and Roll for fourth. Going to close it out with the 6 High Praise to round out my Super High Five tickets. So 7, 4, 5, 1, 6 for me. Vance Cameron likes a 7, 4, 3, 5, 1 in the finale. Down to a minute to go here in the 13th. As I mentioned, over $454 carryover going into the Super High Five here in the finale. Okay, I was trying to recall when Rock Shining Star was here. I knew it was a couple years ago. Yeah, it was back in 2024. He was here for the Gold Cup and Saucer, and Jason Hughes drove him in the trial, and he was a good third by a length and a quarter, 52-4. And then in the final, he unfortunately had post 7, got away at the back of the pack and closed to finish 6th. Race timed in 52 in the Gold Cup and Saucer final. Again, that was back in 2024, so it's nice to see him back here on the island, campaigning for trainer driver David O'Brien and owner Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart. He's in off the qualifier in 57. Shows some nice trips at Dover Downs. We'll see how he does here in his first start back. Currently 2-1 on the board. We're getting close here in our finale. Race 13 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return one more time for the call to Vance Cameron.
Captain of Rock and Roll, Cheeky Play, Good Omen. Marigo Magic, Rock Shining Star. High Praise and Starship Glides on the outside, and they're at the top of the stretch. It's the Saturday night Super High Five finale, and it is post time. They're up and pacing. Marigo Magic leaving out. Captain of Rock and Roll along the rail, and joining them, Rock Shining Star rounding the turn towards the rail. Cheeky Play got away fourth. Good Omens in fifth. High Praise sixth. Starship Glide will trail the field up the backstretch, and here comes Rock's Shining Star to challenge Captain of Rock and Roll, and he'll take the lead away on the outside, in line to David O'Brien. Captain of Rock and Roll has given way for the two-hole ride. Marigo Magic will round the turn third. They arrived at the quarter in 29 and 1. Racing from fourth is Cheeky Play. Good Omens in fifth. That's High Praise sixth, and Starship Glide trails the field. Straight alignment en route to the half mile. Now led by Rock Shining Star, and he'll get them halfway home. Second is Captain of Rock and Roll. Then in third, Marigo Magic. Cheeky Play fourth. Starship Glides underway from the backfield to pick up fifth. Following him to the outside, sixth is High Praise, and now the trailer, Good Omen. Opening half mile, 60 seconds flat. They got to pick it up big time from here. Off a half mile in a minute, this group, they'll go to three quarters, and they're chasing Rock Shining Star on the outside. Starship Glide is second. Third at the rail, Captain of Rock and Roll. Fourth on the outside is High Praise. Marigo Magic nowhere to go, fifth. Three quarters in 90 seconds flat. It's a sprint, and I mean a sprint to the finish now. Rock Shining Star turning home. Starship Glide on the outside second. Captain of Rock and Roll third. They're in deep. Stretch now. Landing on the line. Marigo Magic from head of the clouds will get there for Adam Murner. With Rock Shining Star and then Starship Glide. 1:57. 2.
Well, he left with him off the wings, but then he got spotted and drafted along the inside, mid-pack as the 5 Rock Shining Star, and O'Brien went to the front. I'm talking about Marigo Magic. Wow, did he ever gobble up Racetrack in the final eighth of the mile. Rock Shining Star putting up those pedestrian fractions early for this group. Half in a minute, three quarters, 1:30. They flew home 27 and 2, and this guy was on rocket fuel down the stretch. He was turning on the afterburners, and what a last eighth he paced coming out of that hole for Murner as he found room, angled out late, and just drove right on by them for the win. 1:57 and 2 for Marigo Magic in his first start off the bench. He gets it done here for Murner in the 13th, and we'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle in just a moment.
Moving into the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the 13th, number 4, Marigo Magic. Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by Tobago K's off the Largo Dam, Meridian Magic. Home of Mike May, Herman McQuaid, and Derek Cameron of Charlottetown, bred by Barry and Reuben Martin of Nova Scotia. Adam Murder trains and drives. Adam has his third driving victory on this night for the triple. The horse has his own closing quarter in 26 and 4, stopping the clock in 157 and 2. Marigo Magic and the Adam Murder triple in the Super High Five. Now the official results in the 13th. Captain of Rock and Roll 4th. Cheeky Play 7th. Good Omen 6th. Marigo Magic the race winner. Rock Shining Star was 2nd. High Praise finished 5th. Starship Glide was 3rd. 29 and 1. 1 minute. 1:30. Mile 157 and 2. In review 476 12 53. Marigo Magic paid $5.50 to win. Exactor $36.80. The Triactor was $90.30. The Lake Daily Double at $5.70, and the Super High Five paid $183.96. And that will complete our live presentation tonight here in Charlottetown. Tonight's Par Mutual handle $138,480. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.